eating in the past 8+ hours.
No, it's fine. You're good, man.
Well, you're now stuck right where you are. You
Now I tried eating a little bit of that steak, but
Sir,
it.
take your time.
Mhm. So I'm gonna start the story mode.
Mate. It's got fucking blown to shit.
All right, it's up. Can you see?
Yeah.
I got some feedback from Sparky, and I turned my microphone up for my stream. Is this good? I want some feedback.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, Sparky's also in the UK. He made that Star Trek mod I was playing, or he's helping work on it. I mean, he didn't make it per se. He picked it up after someone else abandoned it. But still difference. Still different. He's working on it.
That I can't remember which one was that one.
What's that?
The Star Trek mod for Starship Evo, or what was that?
It's for Cosmoteer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, when we get all the crew and stuff going.
Yeah.
And then you can build space stations and stuff and set up like production chains, almost kind of like what you could do in Avorion. But you actually have like the rooms for the crew, and they need to like actually go around and pick up stuff and things like that. So there's a little bit of logistics involved on the ship itself. Internally logistics and external logistics.
Oh, okay.
So the ship itself, inside the ship with the crew, has logistics, and then you have logistics from the universe.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been having some fun learning about it.
Cool. I sure do look forward to play this Siberian Escape from Siberia.
Mm-hmm. This game is set in the late 1980s, and the depicted world may contain stereotypical elements and is not intended to offend anyone. It is an unfinished, unpolished game that needs some changes, improvements, and optimization. The rail transport and locomotive control has been simplified and may differ from reality. Leave feedback and suggestions. Steam. This is where the community will play a crucial role in development feedback and bugs. Keep in mind that we're a small dev team, and we don't always have the opportunity to respond to messages as quickly as we'd like. Thank you. Alright.
The plane got me, of course he did, because he's
So
him several fucking times, because he's a little bitch.
yep. Let me shoot Sai a message and make sure he's okay.
Okay.
Oh boy, go on, go on, go on.
Alright, story mode Q. That works. I'll skip the tutorial. What do you think? Should I do the tutorial?
Well, if you know how to play the game, you probably don't. Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I should do it.
Yeah, that way, in case you don't miss it, that way you don't miss anything.
Yeah, because I kind of don't remember how some of that worked. Because I'll have to do the full start open. Don't remember how it worked.
You heard anything from Joseph?
He messaged me yesterday and said, "Hey, did you get your rent rebate?" I said, "No." And I got thinking, and I said, maybe I have some paperwork around about it.
Okay.
работе. Вспомни, как управлять локомотивом.
So check this out. In this mode, I have to manage hunger and thirst and temperature.
Okay.
I could get involved in the gun trade and stuff too.
Только без фокусов, иначе снова попадешь за решетку.
Awesome. I think it's going to be a fun game. I definitely look forward to see it.
Wow, I didn't know some of these people would talk to you. I gotta go in and warm up, I think.
Well, you just concentrate on first.
Oh yeah, I'm chewing right now.
Рада тебя снова видеть. Здорово, что ты вернулся на работу. Когда сходим на чашечку кофе?
Ah, she's asking my guy out for coffee. What a rowdy lady.
Exactly. Just turn it off. Leave it off.
Okay. What's that?
Leave that coffee alone.
She said, when are we gonna go out for coffee?
Yeah, coffee. Those Russians and their coffee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now that it's the actual story mode, I can purchase things. I can purchase and sell things.
Okay. So,
Давно тебя не видел. Я думал, что ты бросил пить.
This guy's playing some weird Russian music.
Вы хотите что-нибудь купить?
I'm sure it's nostalgic for who it may concern.
oh yeah. They like music, man. They like those.
Euro. Yeah, I'm a dirty milk drinker.
Dirty milk. What about that chocolate milk?
Just some milk, apparently.
У тебя есть оружие на продажу.
Yeah, so if I find guns and stuff, I can sell it to the...
Me too, because you need all the money you can get. Siberia is damn cold, and you're gonna need heaters, man.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to. The whole idea is to escape out of there. So
Now, I think that gun icon means that's a gun seller over there.
now is the tutorial with it, or do you have to play the tutorial first and then just then start the game up?
No, this is the game. You see how I just bought some stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, I found an apple on the ground.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna go buy another bottle of milk.
Bet you are.
Yeah, the thirst is going up double the rate of the hunger.
Yeah. Cut it.
Hmm?
We're cutting it.
What are we cutting?
Ah, there we go. Cutting.
Oh, you. What? Cutting the rug?
Yeah. Cutting rugs.
Doesn't that start break dancing?
Governor.
Another problem I have is I just bit my cheek while I was trying to chew, and that hurt really bad.
Yeah. Alright.
Ooh, I'm finding. Found some fruit.
Выход из ГУЛАГа — это как попадание в новый мир. Тем не менее, у нас все по-прежнему. Здесь строгие правила. И самое главное — преданность начальству. Ты не можешь нас подвести, потому что второго шанса не
What are you
будет.
doing, Dota?
Hmm?
What are you cooling down, man?
Said cool down to. Fucking hot.
Anybody seen anything in Nordic?
Yeah, he's in the TeamSpeak now. He wanted to play Space Marine with Roller and stuff, but
Oh, he must with
Nope.
Roller.
I haven't heard from Nordic in a little bit. Last I heard from him, I was encouraging him to message Roller, because Roller was on Space Marine. And I know Nordic wanted to play, and I was AFK cooking, so I don't know. Last I heard, he didn't. Yeah, I don't know if.
I heard it from your good buddy there, Silver, about you being cooked. Like, yeah, okay. All right.
Oh, come
Наконец-то
on.
I'll
можно
keep my
продать
mouth
эту
shut.
кучу хлама. В нем постоянно что-то ломается.
I needed to. I was trying to talk to you, and I could never get a hold of you, and I was like, okay.
Who, me?
Yeah, I was like, okay.
I kept checking my phone. I didn't get a message or call or nothing from you. That's why I messaged you after waiting for a while.
Yeah, no, what I did was I messaged you back saying TS3.
Well, that time, yeah. I'm just referring to in general.
Yeah, well, it's because I was watching some TV upstairs.
Yeah. Yep. I did choose I wanted the tutorial, right?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Or-
Do the toots.
Вагоны готовы к отправке. Свяжитесь по радиосвязи для получения подробных сообщений.
shutting it off.
Oh, there's a bar?
Yes. Oh, it's a. Let him hang. Oh yeah, they gotta have their vodka, man. Come on now.
And fuck. I'm gonna install an auto starter. Tutorial not coming up, so fuck it. I'm gonna jerry rig it.
Jerry rig it.
Yep.
Rig it.
Yep. I'm gonna find the auto starter. Auto starter.
There you go. I think Silver should learn how to play Hearts of Iron 4.
I think did he play that with us before a while back?
Thought he did, but that's really not his type of game. But I think he can be persuaded.
Yeah. Big booty pizza.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected.
What game was it? I wasn't fucking paying attention.
Hearts of Iron 4.
No.
He's like, nope.
I won't talk to you. No. Tell him no.
Yeah, I got you. Of course you do. Which is fine. There's no way. Not a chance. No, I didn't think so. I didn't think that would be. That's just not true. You're not.
And I gotta turn on the heater. Somewhere around here.
Private carrier comrades. Oh man.
There we go. I found a heater. It was on the So remember that video I sent you with that VTuber and her dad who's drove the train was teaching her how to try to drive a train sim?
Yeah.
There's this part that was funny and he's like He's like, what's that person doing sitting over there just making money for doing nothing? He's like, yep, that's their job. You know, the conductor or whatever. And he said also their favorite job is to yell at the engineer.
Is there fucking Russians here or what, man? Alcohol and hangovers?
This is the 1980s, Soviet Russia.
I know. Just messing. Kind of crazy, isn't it?
Oh. I guess. Yeah, it's...
You're in the 80s, huh?
Yep, this is the 1980s, it said.
These people, they look like they're in the 60s. Didn't age very well, did it? Over there.
Well, it's... I mean, yeah, it's basically a third world country.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what that means? Like, you hear Putin talk about comrades, right?
Yeah.
What that is short for is communist radicals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm aware. It's supposed to be a signal to to Soviet Russia.
Right. Use a signal. Correct.
Somebody said, I don't know if it's true or not, that Putin thinks that he's Peter the Great and he's going to reunite Soviet Russia.
Peter the Great never had Soviet Russia in the first place. Peter the Great had an empire smaller than what they have now.
Yeah, I have no clue. I might have misheard them, but they said he thinks he's somebody the Great and is going to reunite that.
Yeah, no, you're correct. It certainly wasn't Stalin.
I feel sorry for these people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're starving. They're starving. They're drinking vodka.
Mm-hmm. I met a couple of people from Russia fairly recently that were really nice to me. I played some games with them. And they don't even want to be there. They want to leave, but they can't. And then the bank's freezing the accounts and stuff. They can't afford to leave now.
Yeah, exactly.
I told him I'm praying for him.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to be here. Like, I don't blame you, man. And yeah. He was very happy to hear that I was thinking that I told him there's a lot of people in America that are thinking about how your people have been treated.
Absolutely.
And we wish the best for you. I got a little emotional. I don't like seeing people suffer. And then alright, let me get these brakes going. Alright, emergency brake, shut off with supply. Brake released. And brake. Off. Hangover. What? Is my guy an alcoholic? Look at that hangover bar up there. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, I'm gonna do a test.
Okay.
I'm gonna go buy a beer and hold on to it. I'm gonna let that hangover bar fill up. And if I die, I'll reload it and I'll drink the beer. Anyways, that wasn't the first person that I heard from that's living in Russia having to deal with the banks being frozen. And I told him, I said, I never agreed with that. Like, I agree with it being like corporation and stuff. But the common people, you're just forcing them to suffer more. It's inhumane in my eyes. You know? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Like, I can understand if you're freezing the bank accounts of like all the corporations that contribute to the government, but freezing every common citizen whenever they're...
I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you ever heard of emigration?
No, I don't know what immigration is.
Emigration is when you leave your country, not immigrate. When you come to the country, but emigrate is when you leave.
Wait.
Bank accounts is one way.
Actually, not immigration.
I was kind of joking because I thought you meant something else.
No, emigrate. E-M-M-I-grate.
Ah.
English language, that means to leave.
Okay.
So, freezing people's bank accounts is one way, an underhanded way of not letting people leave. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than actually hard saying, okay, you can't leave our country. You know, our borders are closed. Okay. Freezing bank accounts, and it's because they're having a problem with trying to get people to fight their war.
I thought it was Europe that was doing that with the bank accounts.
Oh, I thought you said that was in Russia.
Well, here. Okay, so let me run you down on how I understand it. I could be wrong, but from what I understand, Europe and the UK. I don't know if anyone I don't know what banks are in America that may or may not have done it. I know it's mainly coming from Europe and stuff. When the Ukraine war broke out, they froze all the bank accounts and stuff in Russia, and their excuse was,
Okay, go ahead.
they wanted to try to strangle Putin's available money resources and stuff. But the thing is they should have targeted the companies that are contributing to the government, because what controls the government is the big investors in Russia. Those big investors are what controls all that, and it's what keeps him in power. But instead, they just blanketed it for the whole country.
Okay.
And a lot of people have been leaving and have been trying to leave Russia because they don't want anything to do with the war or the government, the straw that camel's back, so to speak.
I don't disagree.
And that's preventing a lot of people from following through because their money in these bank accounts they can't access.
Exactly.
Now that's how I basically understand it.
And the EU, okay, the European Union, is freezing Russian money, obviously, to strangle their economy. Okay. And the Russians because they had a lot of money outside their country. And the EU is also doing it, not just to strangle their economy, but they're wanting to use that money at the end of the war. But Russia will pay all of the reparations, the war reparations, and rebuilding of Ukraine.
Okay.
That's part of more of it too. But the other stuff is definitely, the reason they're doing it to their citizens is to make life difficult so they can't. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Not immigrant. Nordic would chime in too if he was in here. But he's not.
I think he sent me a message on Steam.
Oh, okay.
Hey, the Ukraine's pretty bad too. They're taking people off the streets and forcing them to be in the military and abducting them.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. But both sides are doing it. Like Russia's not doing that. They're using volunteers and they're paying. But
And not only that, Ukraine just opened up
I thought Russia was also using forced conscription. Because they had like guns to people's backs and shit.
Okay, there's a difference between forced conscription and a country saying, a country saying anybody from any other country, if you come and fight for us, we will, as an assault troop, we will pay you.
No,
I know that.
their own citizens.
That-
They're
that-
forced
that-
conscripted.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
That's what I'm talking about.
people not wanting to. I'm just saying on the Ukrainian side, they've had equivalent to like a.
Oh, I was talking about Russia.
Oh, but Ukrainian side. I was giving the Ukrainian side instead because I know.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't give a fuck about Russia. Russia's a shithole.
Well, of course it is. But I was just saying Ukraine's pretty bad too with what they've been doing.
But Ukraine hasn't done anything like that. They haven't forced conscripted anybody.
Well, they've been rolling up with like squads of vans and like taking people off the street and like taking them to be in the military.
They have a multiple. They have like
Mhm.
multiple units before this current thing that just got put out, where people were voluntarily flying to Ukraine and joining equivalent to a foreign legion, but for
Yeah, they call
Mhm.
it Ukraine Legion.
yeah, but there was another one too. But you go there, you bring certain things with you, but then you get the ability to fight for Ukraine. Now
Okay.
Ukraine has gone, hey, if you want to do be assault troop, frontline will pay you this amount of money. If you want to do something else in Ukrainian army, actual Ukrainian army, not a mercenary force. The other one was a mercenary force.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the Ukrainian government, but they weren't an actual Ukrainian unit. Now they're saying, oh, you're from
Mhm.
the US, you want to fly to Ukraine and join Ukrainian actual army. We'll allow you to, and we'll pay you this type of job. If you want to do
Right.
this type of job, we'll pay you this much. If you want to do this type of job, we'll pay you this much per year. And be fully outfitted via the army. Where the other people were having to go to certain things, but having to pay for the rest of their stuff because it was just a mercenary force. The Ukrainian army was saying, "Hey, we'll give you body armor and weapons, but everything else you got to provide for yourself." And then we'll MREs and stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Вагоны до станции
I mean,
Юго-Восточная
you'd
готовы
be
к
out. You'd
отправке.
have to be out.
Они стоят на
That's
станции
what really
Новосибирск-Западный у платформы
dangerous.
номер 3 на 8
And you have to think at the same time. The reason why Russia's having to do forced conscription and why Ukraine doesn't have to do forced conscription is because everybody that is in Ukraine that is able to fight has already pretty much volunteered to fight, or is physically able to fight. Old people, women, men. They don't. They have the people, but the problem is they don't have the numbers. That's why they're saying, hey, we'll pay you to come be in our army.
Right.
We
And
need
Putin
we need more people. There's nobody to force conscript because all the people that are eligible to be in the military in the Ukraine are already in the military, and they're not
Right.
leaving the military because they're fighting for their country. They're fighting for their country, whereas the Russian troops people in Russia don't want to go there, but Putin's
No.
forcing people to go,
Exactly.
and people are no training. They're not getting trained properly.
Yeah,
If
they're
you
doing
watch
meat shields.
you watch their they're trying to do the attrition. They're just trying to do a war of attrition after so many years with you just throwing meat at the grinder,
Right.
and one side's got the backing of the rest of the fucking world between weapons, munitions, technology, just saying, here, we'll sell you this. Nobody knows what we're selling it for. We're not selling it. We're probably selling it at less than cost, like less than what it costs to manufacture an Abrams. They're getting Abrams. They're not paying full price. We're doing it. Yes, we're taking money for it, but we're not taking the value for it. We're saying, hey, well, you'll pay us a little bit, and we'll give you all this stuff.
Yeah.
The world's going to see that we gave you X, billions of dollars worth of equipment because the equipment is valued at that, but you're not actually paying that. You're paying a fractional cost of it because we don't want Russia to do what they're doing. And
Right. Similar to like Lend-Lease when in World War II.
Kind of. And then at the same time, that's for the global weapons economy. if you're looking at this as a bigger picture than just the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Other countries that border Russia, like Poland, are, hey, we don't want Russia to fucking fuck with us. So even though Russia's not directly fucking with them, they've been massing
Yeah.
weapons and armament, and
Just in case.
they've literally gone on like uh, Polish
Well, to be fair, Russia.
politicians forever, like literally
Mhm.
pretty much said, we're not going to have them do what they've done before. We're not going to let them fuck with us again.
Well, to be fair, Russia. It's not without.
Poland is our country, and it will never be part of Russia. And
To be fair,
they have one of the strongest border defenses in the freaking world.
Yeah.
to be fair, they're not doing it randomly either. Russia's been poking and prodding over there lately.
Yeah, but between Poland and was it Finland? Like, you know the story about Sisu and stuff. So like the Finnish people, like Russia has not had a good time in the past with trying to take over that part of the world, because the people there live in an environment where they are beyond hardy. They don't care. They will fight you to the last.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the. I mean, and that's the way the Russians are too. It's like the Slavic way. They just continue to fight and fight and fight. That's why they lost 26 million in World War II.
Well, let's not. Don't forget, a big portion of those were Stalin just killing his own people and civilians.
No, those were just alone.
It's hard to say.
Were lost. Not the enemy. I'm talking about Russians alone.
Russian civilians were often killed by Stalin. And during the war and before the war, there was just one town that they were going to be defending, and they were going to evacuate. Stalin ordered them, don't let them evacuate. If they try to leave, shoot them. Because Stalin thought it'd be a good idea, like as if it would help them win. But it turned into a massacre.
Well, yeah, of course, because
And several people did try to leave, and guess what? They were executed.
they have a mentality over there. When you try and desert, that's a traitorous act, or you're going to be killed.
It's just stupid dictator stuff. Yeah.
Over there, where they have
That didn't exist before Stalin, really. Not like how it does now.
and their whole function is when the guy's trying to surrender on the front line, not so much surrender, but when they try and run back
Mhm.
and retreat, they get shot in the back.
You talk about Russia, 'cause that's like the
No,
Russian way.
Ukraine.
Well,
But Ukraine
well-
is blocking troops, and it's the Azov.
if you're talking about the current war, yes, they do have guns to the back of people.
Not in Ukraine.
A lot of people have been.
I'm not saying the back in Ukraine. I'm saying if they run off of the front line, they're shot like a deserter.
Not in Ukraine.
He's focused on Ukraine. He's not. Let's just drop it.
I'm just saying, are you talking about the Russian troops in Ukraine?
Yes, we said Russia several times.
You said no, Ukraine. And I was like, no, you.
They're the Ukrainians that are they're in behind the front line, and their whole function is if they try not surrendering, but if they try and run or give up territory, the Azov people shoot them. They shoot them.
I don't know where you've been hearing this, because
I don't know about that. I
whole
haven't looked into it.
thing is most of their stuff is hit and run, hiding, taking out stuff, hiding and taking out stuff. And then
I
retreating.
don't disagree, but I'm talking about they're not on the front lines. They're behind the front lines, and the Ukrainian military does not want them to give up territory. So if they think they're going to be overrun by Russia, they would just run back, similar to like what Russia did in World War II, where they had the
Подождите вагоны на станции
flash
линия
stuff
восточная у платформы номер 1
in
на
the
6
Baltics, Poland. But
Mhm.
the problem is with these blocking troops that Ukraine has. They're called Ukrainian blocking troops. Their whole function is to take down traitors and deserters, they call them, that try and run backwards instead of forward when they're fighting.
Okay, so I think there may be some validity to what you're saying, but I don't think it's happening in the way you're thinking. I think you're seeing an exaggeration. Yes, if somebody's purposely deserting, if somebody leaves the front line and they drop their gear and they're retreating without other troops with them, or a couple
AWOL.
dropped all the stuff and they're
Yeah.
deserting. You have to specify if Ukrainian troops are deserting, they're probably not killing them on site. They're probably going to capture them. They're going to get a trial. Now, if they're deserting and they come back with firearms and they start to shoot at these people, they're most likely to get shot. Ukraine has not had anything put in place where they're going to shoot their own troops. That is very much a Russian, not a.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that.
There's too many foreign people fighting for Ukraine in those same areas.
Well,
You're just saying, oh well, if they see a troop if they're seeing a troop that's retreating when they don't want them to retreat, they're just going to shoot them.
well, that's one of the
Is it
reasons
a
they can't find
Ukrainian?
mercs anymore.
Is there a Ukrainian? But there's the mercenary units are still there. There's some people. Some of them are embedded with Ukrainian units as bolstering strength. They're not going to just go, oh well, this person's coming back towards us, we're going to shoot them. That is very much a Russian tactic. They would hear about it.
Well,
there's so much
they were
press and
giving up
stuff
so
on
much
the
territory in some of those offensives.
But see, that's the thing. You brought this up before, and I showed you videos and stuff. Russia has not been pushing forward. Russia has only been getting pushed back. They have not. Ukraine has not been losing territory. They've been gaining territory back. Russia's the only one that's been losing territory because their troops have been pushed back. Every time they try to push forward, all their armor gets blown the fuck up. Their troops get ambushed. They just get utterly destroyed at every offensive that they try to push. And then the Ukrainian pushes. Once that happens, Ukrainian pushes forward and does the same thing. Waits for Russia to try to push an armor unit through. Because Russia is very much we've got to push the armor in before we get infantry. Because every time they try to just push infantry, they get taken out from drones and stuff.
Right.
So
they're learning a very hard lesson about sending armies into a drone-infested environment.
Well, it's not even like a lot of it's drones that are taking them out, but at the same time, like the videos I showed you,
It's also defective.
Ukrainian armor and anti-armor units are taking out just as many Russian armor units because you've got tows, you've got laws, you've got javelins, you got all.
You got leopards.
Stuff. Well, no, I'm saying just for the like infantry base.
Oh yeah.
That's hidden all over the place.
Yeah, they have a lot of our old stuff from like the 80s.
You guys in a hole behind a bush, just waiting, and then the armor unit rolls through, and 6 different positions pop up, and they all fire their anti-armor
weapons.
While the armor
Yeah.
and the Ukrainian armor and gun emplacements at the front are hitting them from the front while they're hitting them from the sides, and they either get completely destroyed or 50 to 90% of the unit gets destroyed, and then the rest of them get routed back.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah.
There's. I've watched and researched a lot of this. There's been no. It had been a consistent push forward. The only time there's been like a push on the Russian side was when Ukraine was like, well, they can push into there. There's nothing of value there. But if they push past that point, they're going to get hit, and then we'll push back. We'll let them push too far forward to let them cut themselves off. So the Russia goes, look, we pushed forward. Yeah, you pushed forward. You were there. You pushed forward for a day, and then you got 3 times the amount of territory taken away from you the day after. The Russian propaganda. It was like, oh, we're winning, we're pushing forward, yada yada yada. Like, no, you're continually getting
I'm not
fucked
saying
over.
that they lose more territory because they've lost more territory than they've gained.
Which, by saying that, if they've lost more territory than they've gained, that means they've not gained any territory and only lost territory. Because if it was even,
When they lost
if
to
they've
Kursk,
lost as much as they've taken, that means they'd be back at the beginning. If they've lost more than what they've taken, that means they've been pushed back.
okay.
Mathematically, that's how that works.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when they really did not want to lose Kursk, okay, the Ukrainians took that, and then they occupied it. They couldn't hold it. The Akhmat Russians took it back. They had entire companies and battalions that were throwing their hands up and running back towards Ukraine because they didn't want to be in the hands of the Russians on Russian soil when they were going to get a hold of them, like as prisoners of war and things like that. They didn't want to die either, so they just took off and started running towards Ukraine, and that's when they got taken out. They were losing a lot of troops, and Russia still took Kursk back.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a year or two ago. You know, when they had that offensive and they put it into Kursk, and they actually had Russian sovereign.
I'm just gonna say you're gonna go based on that, but then at the same time, you don't know what the doctrine was at the time, and it could have been, well, because of the high number of those local troops that were pro-Russian in that area. If any troops were coming back, it was hard. It might have been. It's hard to tell if it was an actual Ukrainian soldier or a Russian soldier, because what I can tell, both sides are using the same fucking camouflage now. They're not the.
There is some truth to that, yeah.
Russians
anymore.
are using the red armbands, and the Ukrainians are using the blue and the yellows.
All right, so how hard is it to take an armband off
Oh, it's not.
and put it on, get behind enemy lines at that point, and
Right.
cause damage?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because the uniforms they're using, everybody's using that equivalent to multicam. Russian and Ukrainians are using the same fucking camo. That's why they're like, well, let's have armbands, because the Russians were like, we're not going to use the ERM anymore, which would have been an easy way to designate, well, that's a Russian troop, not a Ukrainian troop, because they're wearing ERM.
What is that?
But it's like the Russian blocky digital, like two or three color green digital.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
it was easier for them to get. Multicam is a brand.
Yeah.
The U.S. Army, like, they tested it, and then they call it something different. OCP, I think, is what the U.S. calls it.
Oh, okay.
And then even the OCP, like, you've got multiple colors. Standard OCP, you've got jungle OCP, you've got black OCP, you got arid OCP.
Okay.
So it's originally it was made for multicam.
Oh, okay.
And Russia copied it, and they have their own stuff. So it's sewn in their uniform pattern, like their way they sew their uniforms. But Ukraine at the beginning might have been getting some of the same stuff, the way it was sewn might have been the same. Some manufacturer, distributor, and then more recently they're more of a U.S./European cut versus the Russian cut.
Ooh.
It might have been hard at that point, which is understandable. Okay, we can't tell if these troops that are leaving, if they're coming back in, onesie, twosies, threesies, foursies, without their equipment. They could be bad actors at that point. They could be somebody pretending to be it, and because they're pro-Russian, but from the Ukrainian area, because there was certain parts of Ukraine that were some people there were pro-Russia, but they were still technically Ukrainian, but not pro-Ukrainian. they could be in the proper uniform, but swap their armbands
Mm-hmm.
with their gear, come back, get behind enemy lines, and then do what bad actors do. Halfway.
Right. Well, and
So
they were finding bodies of innocent
Uh-oh, the mafia's contacting me.
into the base.
Rush.
Like that, in the Russian villages and stuff. Because,
Yeah, but Russia, nobody wants to get captured by the Russians because they're probably have just torture and murder people.
and they were, and I've seen some videos of people that have gotten away, that were in the Ukrainian military, that have gotten away, and they've said their story, that the reason we took off and ran was because we knew that we were not going to get captured by the Russians on their sovereign territory that we invaded. I mean, they invaded our territory, but we were doubly not going to get caught in their territory, what was traditionally Russians. And so they took off and went like hell to the west as fast as they could go, and they escaped. But because they knew that if they got caught, they were either going to get shot, obviously in a war, or if they got captured, they were gonna die a horrible death. And so they took the chance and they ran. But obviously Ukraine didn't think that was too cool because they lost their, that was part of what contributed to losing the front, the Akhmat special forces, the Spetsnaz, when they came in there and they retook Kursk, the Kursk province back, or well, I should say Oblast because that's what they're called there. But when they took that back, it's a mess. It's a mess. Man. I wouldn't want nothing to do with that shit. It's just
funny because I thought it for a while. I was like, maybe do the foreign mercenary unit, but I thought it would drop.
You'd make more money probably as a merc than you would.
I've been good at one thing in my life, and military. I never wanted to leave the military. I wanted to do what my dad did, do 20 plus years, retire, and just be done. And I can't. It's what I want to do, but I can't do it anymore.
Well, what about the what if you went over there and been like a drone operator or something?
Well, no, I can't travel. Can't travel overseas because of my child support shit. They won't let me leave the country.
Oh, are you behind on it or something? So
yeah, because they wanted. So when they calculated it for my kids, I was working 2 jobs. They took the total income that I was making at the time, and my ex, instead of doing the standard deduction for Washington State, she opted for the optional option that Washington State has, which is 40% income. So they took what I was making and said, okay, well, we want $1,800 a month.
From 2 jobs.
Yeah, the total. They're just like, oh, here's your income. Because it was technically, I was working for one employer, but I was working two different places. I was doubling up, so they're like, oh, I was working 80 plus hours a week, if not more. And they just looked at it and were like, oh, okay, we're 40%. We're gonna take 40% of what you're making, so it's $1,800 a month, and it stayed that way. I've asked for modification to it because I don't make that much anymore. It was they only looked at a three month period, and then after that I went back to being only working 1 job, and then later that year I was unemployed again, and I was homeless for like 2 years, homeless and unemployed, and it just because nothing was being paid, it just stacked up for years. And then even when I was working, I was like, okay, well, you can't take $1,800 a month because you would be taking every penny I have. Taking partial, which would still cause to add up. So I still owe like in back child support like $30-some thousand.
Well, it's too darn bad that you couldn't make some of that money, man. I mean, because if they let you go over there to make that money.
Yeah, at this point, like, it doesn't matter what I do, whatever job I have, I'm gonna be paying on it for probably the rest of my life. So I'm never gonna be able to go do anything. So I'm not gonna be able to. What? 2 or 3 years from now, my oldest will be 18, and then I won't be accruing anymore, but I'll still be paying back. I shouldn't be paying anything on my oldest, but it seems like they're still taking the full amount out, which could just be his plus the back. They've kept it, and that's just paying more. I'm getting paid off of the total. But there are a bunch of things that I've wanted to do work-wise that I can't do, and they're like, nope, not until you pay it off. As soon as you pay it off, then we'll let the passport office know, and then the passport office will allow you your passport.
I think a lot of those guys, not saying to go do it, but I think a lot of those guys, they do it without passports. They just bring them in. Like
But
Colombia.
Well, that's the thing. Like, to leave,
You got to get.
I have to have a passport.
Back.
I have to have a passport to get on an aircraft to leave the U.S. to go over there.
Yeah.
There's no way
Well,
around
the fact I would be more scared about coming back home without a passport.
Well, if I'm over there and I'm making money, I can just
pay it
off.
Yeah. He's saying he's missed out on opportunities because of it.
I've heard they're making some insane money, but it's also very high risk.
I mean, it's not any higher risk than what I've already done in the military. I was in Iraq for a year. I was a dismount on convoys. We got blown up once. I mean, I've been there. I've done that. I didn't.
Oh no, I know, but the thing is, in Iraq, they didn't have those freaking neutron bombs, vacuum bombs like they're using now. I mean, you get anywhere close with that in Iraq, you're dead.
You're talking about the
fuel air bombs.
No, it's not fuel air.
Basically shot.
Not hyperbolic. Hold on. Hyperbaric.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Munitions.
But so the problem with that is, for one of those to be fired, they're firing platforms, RPG 7, 8, 9, whatever fucking generation it is. It's all the same round. The travel distance on those, because of the sheer weight and size of it, you can see those troops that are firing it. There have to be they're pretty much within rifle range for them to fire one of those.
No, I'm talking about the glide bombs. They're dropping out of airplanes, and they put wings.
Russia doesn't have any of that shit anymore. They had it, they used it, they don't have it anymore. They cannot continue to produce it. Their helicopters and their airplanes that were running that stuff has been taken out. You realize after the first year or two, they've been pulling stuff out of mothball, old tanks and stuff, and slapping shit on the outside.
E60s and shit.
They do not have the infrastructure in Russia to continue using the high-tech stuff that they had. They've used all their high-tech shit.
I don't know. I think
to the point. China, I think, is staying out of it for the most part now. North Korea did send some troops, but most of those troops.
China did talk shit because they're a dictatorship.
They gave up.
Of course they did.
Well, that's because they came in a solid mass in the middle of a freaking snowstorm. They got mowed down.
They were giving up. Like they were surrendering, and they were like, just feed us. We don't have food. We don't have supplies.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have
Yeah.
What do you mean? They had the bus stop, and they're like, no, they had bolt action rifles and a magazine or two apiece. They didn't. You just sent
exactly.
And then they had people in the back with a gun pointed at them, saying, "If you chicken out, we pop you."
Uh-huh.
And China, I think, is staying out. They're seeing it, and they're like, we don't want any part of that. And the fact that China just bought M1A1s or M1A2s from the U.S. or somebody else. They're the export version, so they're not the U.S. The high tech U.S. version. They're the
The
export.
Russian mob contacted me.
Oh, did they on here?
Yeah, in the game. Want me to blow something up?
Yeah. Well, it's crazy, but I don't know. Be risky. Like I said, that stuff is no joke. Yes, they do have some of those hyperbaric munitions that are like you said, with the artillery.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting how Ukraine got back at Russia, because Russia wasn't even letting them contact their families. And after Ukraine took them in and understood the situation and gave them food and them, surrendering in swaths, they let them call their families just to give the middle finger to Putin.
Yeah. Well, and he's
And yeah, they were starving too. Yeah. And a lot of the equipment they were using were defective too. They didn't even have like proper radios. They were using like regular like walkie-talkies and shit, and they had their cell phone everybody could just see what they were doing constantly because they weren't using anything sophisticated or useful.
Yeah, so
And then the tanks were defective too. The ERA was stuffed with cardboard.
yeah, I heard about that. The radio thing they were using. Fuck, yeah, you can buy them off of like Timu and stuff. There's
Yeah, like walkie-talkies and other
you
short band unprotected stuff. Yeah.
things that you like use in the U.S. In the U.S., you need a ham radio operator license to use them, but people use them anyways. They bought them, but not realize that they project a digital location that can be tracked.
And people were listening into their conversations too.
Oh yeah, they're not secure,
they weren't secure.
but
do know that.
they could pinpoint them. So they were using they were using the radio signals because they were saying, oh, like we can
Mm-hmm.
pop up. So they were able to just
Yep.
with radio locations. And the same
Radio
thing with
detectors.
cell phones is like you realize you have a GPS
Uh-huh.
for where your cell, like one unit calling another unit with their cell phone is like
Yeah, they didn't have
no
proper
modern
shit.
military would allow that, and the fact that Russia was doing it, Russia does not have the military ability to fight a modern war.
Right.
They projected that they could, or the fact that like there was that fuel refinery in somewhere in Russia that Ukraine sent a drone at.
You mean recently?
Yeah, recently, and Russia's counter to that was like, no, it wasn't them that blew it up. It was one of our
Fanciers or something like that.
or missiles that was intercepting the drone got tired and struck it and blew it up. And it's like, that's not something you want to say. Like admit that like, oh, we fucked up. But we didn't fuck up. They didn't. They just see like.
Oh, it was just an accident.
As Ukraine, as long as Ukraine didn't do it, then it's not. They didn't. It's an oops on our side, but they didn't get any. They don't get a kill for it, kind of thing. It's like that. It's not a game. That's not how that works.
That's what you do in dictatorships. They gotta.
But they were, if their target they were still was taken out, their mission was a success. So you fucked up. And everything, like the fact that Ukraine can strike into Russia and take out backline supply systems, in addition to taking out every frontline troop and armor unit that comes at them, because they have the Western world backing them, and nobody's backing. Nobody of any importance is backing Russia.
Right, and that's why I was telling you that they're getting back into the corner.
They were in a corner when they started this. it was, an oligarch decided to say something. Putin decided to say, "Hey, no, we want this back because it's a positive financial thing for us. We want this area back of Ukraine." Because they just want to take this chunk back of Ukraine, and they're like, Ukraine's like, no, that's ours. We're not giving it up. And because Putin, fucking whatever the fucking douchebag that runs Russia, his name is.
It's Putin.
Putin?
Yeah, yeah.
That was I thought that was the other one. Fucking Russian names.
No, that was definitely Putin. That was the one that he was the president when.
What was
it
the
happened.
older one? What's the old
Medvedev?
one? No, older.
Gorbachev?
Gorbachev. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. I was thinking like Putin. And I know that's the
No,
port wine stains on his fucking face.
No,
was
it
Gorbachev.
went. Yeah, that was Gorbachev. And then they had another guy by the name of after him was Boris Yeltsin, and then he was a drunk.
Yeah.
And then they had Putin, and then they had a similar situation like we have where Putin gave up power to Medvedev, and then Medvedev gave power back to Putin. And those are the only Russian rulers they've had in the past 40, 50 years since I've been alive.
Oh, yeah, and we're close to the same age. Close enough.
Yeah, since I can remember, like Gorbachev was the president there. Since I could like recognize him on TV, when the Berlin Wall fell and stuff, Gorbachev was the president. Anybody before Gorbachev, I don't remember. I don't know, but any of the other ones. I don't know. It's bad. It's a bad situation. They just mobilized another 1.5 million, I think it was, out of there. That's because he's doing so poorly. So they got to mobilize more people. And they're doing, like I said, they're doing 1.5 million. That's a lot of freaking people when you don't have a country that wants to give up those type of people. It's going to cause strange things, there. That's for sure. And then they also locked their borders to Finland and Estonia and Latvia.
Yeah, they did that partially because they didn't want people that were not wanting to be conscripted to leave.
Right.
Because the last 2 or 3 times they mobilized people, like a good chunk of them got the fuck out of the country. Like they didn't have the numbers. They said, we got an extra of this, and it's like, you got 50% of what you said you got because.
But it's like, do you really have it? No.
Yeah,
you don't.
They're still saying, we had the full amount, and it's like, no, you might have half of what you said you had gotten,
exactly,
because half of those people disappeared because they didn't want to be part of this.
Right.
And then my this is my what do you call it? Conspiracy thing. What if this all is just a ploy between the two countries? It's a way for Russia to get rid of population because they can't support the current population.
That's definitely possible.
Why
They've been degrading for a long time.
Just send people over there to die.
One of the last.
The only way that to me that makes sense in a military setting is the country goes, hey, at our current population, our current infrastructure, we cannot maintain our country as a whole.
Yeah.
How do we get rid of people? How do we forcibly get rid of population without just people shooting in the streets?
What they do?
Let's send them to another country to let another country shoot at them. Yeah. Yes, we'll be the bad guy. We'll do this for X number of years till our population gets under control again, where we have a good enough buffer, and then we'll be like, oh, okay, it was our bad. We'll take some hits on
Hmm.
um, you know,
Big penalties.
stuff. Some penalties and stuff. But
Yeah.
they'll be able to support their country again.
Yeah.
That's definitely a potential possibility, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard about stuff like that.
The whole thing, like every time I see videos like the infantry stuff, I'm like with the armbands, I'm like, it, it looks like they're playing airsoft.
I know, right? It feels so silly.
Like you've got armbands. What? Why? Why do you need something to tell side A from side B? Modern warfare doesn't work that way.
Well, it's because they're afraid of fratricide. Both sides are afraid that they're going to kill each other.
Right, but if
They
you
gotta
have
mark
if you have a designated line, then there shouldn't be anybody from this line forward that you see is an enemy. If any of our troops move forward to do something, they radio saying that where they're going, and then they radio when they're on the way back through the line. That's the way it works. Not people all over the place with different color armbands doing different shit. I've seen some of the like the hit and run people who are like hiding the bushes and take out the Russian convoys and stuff. They don't have armbands on.
Maybe they're trying to adhere to the, there's this rule a while back, I think it goes back to just before World War II, where you have to have some indicator, signifier of which side you're on.
And that goes they're not using the ERM camouflage.
Right.
Why
Oh,
do
I
they
don't
have-
disagree.
Russia has their own camouflage. Why are they not using camouflage?
Exactly.
Purposely using the same camouflage, it makes it all. To me, it makes it very much like a.
It's almost like it's staged.
Or yeah, or they can't afford it.
Yeah, like are all those Russian tanks really have people in them, or are they being remotely driven in there, getting blown up, and then we lost some old vehicles, and the reality is
It makes you wonder.
they're just shipping those people that they say they're conscripting to somewhere and killing them off to try to minimize their populace because the population has grown too much.
Well, there have been witnesses reports of executions and stuff.
They could technically do that a lot of places in the world.
There have been witnesses from the POWs about executions.
You go to conspiracy theory stuff. You go back to like the Twin Towers. Haven't been in the Air Force dealing with large aircraft and seeing videos. Some of the videos.
Those weren't airliners, yeah.
Yeah, there were like I don't.
They were like remote-controlled cargo planes.
Yeah, well, that and I don't know any commercial airliner that has an air refueling
Dongle.
that sticks out the front.
Yeah. They looked like the gray cargo planes.
An air refueler nozzle just below the cockpit area going forward, so it could be refueled in air. It didn't have any of the side glass, the commercial seating window glass that you would normally see. It didn't have any of them. It was just had the fuel thing out the front, and it had nothing, no windows on the side. Okay, well, how is that a commercial airliner?
Like we're probing.
It doesn't have any windows.
Yeah.
And it has an air refueling attachment on it.
I've noticed some of that too. They look like the military cargo planes. They were gray and everything.
Now, what happened to all the people who were supposed to be on those military or all supposed to be on those flights? What did they just disappear? I'm like,
Well, there's a lot of mysterious things.
It was probably staged.
World Trade Centers were covered under insurance.
well, yeah, and the fact that being an aircraft fuel systems technician and knowing a lot about the aircraft fuel, the JP8 and whatnot, the JP8 does not burn hot enough to melt
Deal.
girders and I-beams.
Right.
And also, buildings, especially the Trade Center, had a lot of countermeasures for heat like that, coating the beams and everything. That was standard.
Just the beams themselves.
Yeah, just the beams themselves, they were coated, and then there was other anti-flammable stuff.
Wouldn't have heated up and melted.
Yeah, almost everything in the building and the structure when they built it was covered with anti-flammable materials.
And that building's old enough, it probably had a shit ton of asbestos, which means shit wasn't going to burn anyways. So it's like, okay, you got fire suppression systems in the building, you got flame retardant materials in the building, you got girders and I-beams that were so fucking big that JP8 wouldn't have been able to heat it that much. So how does the building fall? The
I
way
got.
that-
Well, and then you had the dancing Israelis that they caught in New Jersey.
And then like
And the,
you know,
and the Israelis had the elevator contracts.
nobody
working
had
construction.
yeah, nobody had the like the whole the passengers. It's like you obviously don't understand what the U.S. government is willing to do. If they go, we need 3 flights, or what is it, 3? 4. Is it one for the Pentagon, one that crashed in the field, and the 2 planes that hit the towers, right? So 4 planes.
It's a good setup to get rid of some people you don't want that you happen to put into those rooms too.
Well, people that were in the towers.
Or to orchestrate.
Well, in the Pentagon too.
That's the key right there. The camera hit it on. The U.S. is most prosperous during times of war. Our economy was suffering. How do we get it back? We have to have a war. There's no current war. What are we willing to?
You create a false flag operation.
What are we willing to? What are we willing to sacrifice to get this going? Okay. What is an acceptable law on our side?
It would explain why.
Also act as a
Catalyst.
trigger to the U.S. populace to allow us to do the war.
What they
It would also.
authorize us to do. And
You can also take it a step further. You can also take it a step further and say that it explains why a lot of the leadership was like so lethargic and incompetent during all that, just to drag it out.
So my thing with what I'm getting at is my thing was 4 planes worth of people. They did the calculation. It was an acceptable loss.
The needs of the few outweigh
way
the
more
needs of the many.
than 4 people. Or 4 people.
You get what I'm saying? Like the plane wise, there was people in the Twin Towers, and I never heard anything that nobody actually really got hurt at the Pentagon. They just said they were just like, oh, we've got to hit the Pentagon too. When in reality, the Pentagon has anti-air defenses that if that plane was coming out of the World Trade Center,
That's why
was
there's
not
a
acknowledging,
conspiracy saying
was
it's
not.
a missile.
Well, no, and I was going to get at that. So that plane just disappeared altogether. What hit the Pentagon was a Tomahawk missile, because when they were doing the cleanup of the debris, the fan. You know about the fan too.
Yes.
The turbine impeller fan that they found. The only thing it would have been fit size-wise would have been a Tomahawk missile.
Yeah.
Because that has a turbine system in it. It would have been the right size for that.
Mhm.
Nothing. There's no part on the 747 or whatever it was that should have hit, or would have been the thing that hit the Pentagon.
Right.
It would have left damage, because it's like there was almost nothing left. So that means the plane would have fully had to hit the side of the Pentagon, which means there would have been markings and debris from where the wings and engines hit.
Yeah, it would have left like a streak of debris.
The Pentagon got audited.
Instead of just flat disintegrating, it would have been a streak of debris and disintegration.
None of the cameras in that area from civilian side or the Pentagon side caught anything on camera. They didn't catch this plane fucking flying at the Pentagon.
They didn't
hitting
catch Epstein getting killed either, did they?
Right. So Tomahawk missile hits there. They're like, oh, well, if that happens, what happened to the plane and a plane full of people? The U.S. government's really good at making things disappear.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just crashed it.
We're going to change the transponders. You're going to disappear, and we're going to pay you shit tons of money.
Or they could have just killed them in it anyway.
No, all they could have done is gone, oh, we're just going to remotely take control of the aircraft with the autopilot system.
Yeah.
Turn off your communications, turn off your transponder, and crash you into the middle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, and then they'll die, and then problem solved.
Find you.
Something
Fuck,
similar
we'll fly you to the Bermuda Triangle and crash you into the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh no! Look at this unrelated accident.
Yeah, something similar happened to try and get us into the 1967 war with or not? No, it was in the 80s. The war over in Israel. They torpedoed, or not torpedoed, but they attacked a ship called the Liberty, USS Liberty, to try and false flag us. Our own allies supposedly attacked it.
There's this YouTuber called The Mighty Jingles, and he was in the British Navy, and he was on board, I think it was an American ship. I think it was in the 90s or 80s, and he was in a similar waters, and they had a missile attack coming at him. That you could find it on YouTube, the footage from the Captain's Bay, and they don't know where it came from.
We can't really talk about all this stuff right now, though. We're not.
Well, what's even scarier about the implications of it being a controlled demolition and all this other stuff is what's controlling the government. But we don't have to talk about it.
Probably shouldn't.
Anyways, I blew up that bridge.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to find out what happens if I don't do what they tell me.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do what you're told.
Slow down. Oh yeah, my speedometer's busted. I didn't notice until after I left, but it's stuck at 0. I gotta get a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I left momentarily, and I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna see you take out the bridge.
Yeah.
So I noticed your hangover's really high. Is it because you've been drinking a lot?
No,
Thirst is high too.
I drink milk. I didn't drink anything. I didn't drink any alcohol at all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see. I bought 2 beers, and I'm gonna wait and see what happens. If I die or whatever from the hangover. If I die from it, I'll just reload. Yeah, I turned the heater on.
Okay. Did you create yourself a heater?
No, there's already some in the walls. You can see it here.
Okay.
If they go bad, you can buy a replacement. Like I gotta do with the speedometer.
It looks like you're getting your first bar going up, as so is your hangover. And I don't know. Maybe hangover means that you need to drink, because you're getting like irritable if you don't drink. Maybe
I don't know, but that's what I'm waiting to find out.
I really don't know how that is set up. What the mechanic on that is.
Don't either.
But I'm not saying you're wrong, Nordic, at all. Just we shouldn't be talking about that kind of stuff on here. Nothing
In my
to talk about other than if we're in person.
Yeah, I'm kind of streaming this to him on the internet.
Oh, I didn't. I just was like, we're here.
I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Well, not just that, but
Hey, I mean, there's nothing much worse that can happen in my life. If it ends, it ends. And fucking.
Nothing's gonna happen.
no.
We're just talking about conspiracy theories and shit.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing I can do to prove it one way or the other. So
Oh,
it's
exactly. Same here.
It's just a bunch of chitter chatter.
Yeah, if talking about that
Not like
stuff
I
would
have
have.
files, videos, and blah, blah. Like no.
Yeah, if talking about that kind of.
I have
Mhm.
thoughts, and I have nothing to back it up. So it's just thoughts. And
Yeah,
without
if-
proof, they're not gonna do anything.
right. If talking about that stuff was enough to make you disappear, a lot of people would have disappeared already.
Yeah, there have been quite a few people that disappeared, because they weren't just talking about it; they were trying to like put YouTube videos out about it, but without any proof. And then all of a sudden, those people disappear. Like YouTube account gets deleted, and
A lot of them are still around though.
nobody. Well, I mean, back in the day when the shit.
Oh.
People
Oh, that. Okay.
were actually disappearing, and people were bringing that up, like, hey, this person brought this up and posted this video,
Vanished.
and then like a week after they posted the video, their account was gone. Didn't say they closed it or it was deleted. It's just
Nothing.
it never existed.
Yeah.
No records. Of them. No records. Of
It
the
got
person.
removed. Yeah.
They got control alt deleted from the internet and society.
Right. So did you start off at Novosibirsk? And now you're Glavny?
Yeah. I'm trying to get to Inya Vostokny, whatever that is.
Vostokny?
I've crossed through a couple of patches where the tracks were not well maintained, so I have to slow down.
Vostokny is a cosmodrome, similar to Baikonur in Kazakhstan.
That's an airport, by the way.
Right.
Vostokny, Novosibirsk,
No,
Novosibirsk.
is a spaceport, kind of like we have Cape Canaveral. They have
Did they have a spaceport in the 80s? Because this takes place in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
in,
Space race.
yeah, they have it
Okay.
in there, and they also
Mid
have
to
a
the
big one
80s.
in Baikonur, which is
Okay.
in former, or it was USSR back then, but now it's called its own country called Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world. All the other countries are just like little girls. Yeah. Yeah.
My sister, number one, whatever, fucking, what,
Sasha
hooker,
Cohen.
I think he said he was a slut or something.
number one,
Town bicycle or something.
my village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is Kazakhstan's in the internet zeitgeist recently. There's this chick who's actually pretty cute, and I forgot. I think she went and got a medal for like some sort of athletic sport, and she's actually pretty cute, and she's been getting a lot of attention on the internet. She's got like short hair and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, so Kazakhstan's in the news again as far as like internet people talking about stuff go. Like guys.
I don't know if you've heard of their capital is Astana, and they have a huge pyramid there, similar like Egypt, except for it's made out of glass. That's basically, they say it's the headquarters of the religious arm of the New World Order, because it's at this temple, or this like pyramid thing, that they came up with all this crap like Islam and Christianity and Islam mixed together, all this other stuff that, of course,
I think their name was Jasmine.
Huh?
Oh. I'm sorry, I was looking it up and my brain sparked.
Yeah.
I think their name was Jasmine or something, and they're like, oh, it's a tomboy and stuff like that. And
They're kind of a dangerous place.
yeah, the rails are not well maintained, so you got to go slow to prevent from railing or crashing.
Oh,
My speedometer don't work, so I have no clue how fast I'm going.
that's what you mean by that. End of a dangerous place.
Well, there's other spots too where I have to like raise the pentagrams or it can damage them because the wires aren't set up right. I got signs for that. Yeah, my speedometer's completely broken.
Have you heard of that game Destiny, right?
Yeah.
The very beginning of Destiny 2 has a mission where you actually are in Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Oh wait, Kazakhstan or Siberia?
Kazakhstan, where it takes place. Very opening mission to Destiny 2.
I'm playing a game called Trans-Siberian Simulator.
Yeah, I know. I sent you and Hammer the Thunder Tier 1.
Yeah, I added it to my library.
So, oh, go ahead, Norm.
I was gonna say, Hammer, I sent you. I don't know if you're actually on this game or not, or if you're just like on but hidden. But you have a message from me with the Thunder Tier 1. It's a third-person top-down squad-based PvE mission shooter kind of game, kind of thing. Like
Yeah, it's like top-down tactical
yeah,
esque.
which you get to like see which way you're pointing. If you only have like 3 to 4 people in your squad, so like if 2 of us or 3 of us were playing, we'd have just 3 of us. You get like a C-130 gunship view, kind of like when you start the match, so you can kind of like see where some of the targets are.
Well, that's kind of
If
neat.
somebody dies, they go to that, but then they have the ability to like switch to like thermal and stuff, so they can see like people that are like inside buildings underground kind of thing, and they can like help. Hey, you've got targets to your left or targets
Well,
down the path or whatever.
when I played that co-op mission in Modern Warfare 2 where one of you's the C-130, I loved the shit out of that.
Yeah, it's a fun game.
But it's kind
So
of
if
cool. Like you get to outfit your operative with whatever weapons and stuff. You have like 25 points to outfit them, which is a lot. Because like one of the missions I was running like MP5 SD6 with like a shit ton of ammo, two medical kits, like a lockpick kit, something else, and I just hit the 25 points. But like they have M249s, RPKs, Val, like Russian AK sniper, self-suppressed sniper rifle type thing.
Yeah.
Like MP5, MP5K, MP5 SD6.
Sounds fun.
L95, A1, A2 kind of thing. The British rifle.
You said I didn't make another account for it, right?
Whole bunch of weapons and stuff. But I played it with the Friday night guys, like once or twice, and we went through a couple of the missions.
Sounds like you like it. I'm gonna download it.
Cool. Like you land, hop off the chopper, and like it'll be like, hey, you've got to go here and do this. You got like work your way through, and if you like one of the maps was like, oh, if you alert them that a whole bunch of troops show up and you get fucked pretty much. So like it's not just like go through and shoot everything. It's like wait to take a shot. So it's kind of like our thing was like, oh, it's Metal Gear, but third person, top down kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like stealth can be a part of it. Sometimes you have to find documents or set explosives.
Well, I'm a bit of a stealth whore sometimes, so that's up my alley a little bit.
Are you a big fan of Metal Gear?
Me?
I played most of them. I like Metal Gear Online and stuff.
I am. I just don't like how it got forced to be so divisive and convoluted. I don't know if you want me to describe what I mean, but I don't like what it was forced to become versus what it was supposed to become. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What do you mean when the actual Hideki, whatever, lost control? Like when they were like, no, you have to do it this way, and he's like, okay, we'll do it your way. You did it. He's like, okay, that's the last game I'm making for you because you fucked it up. But now he's got his own.
Okay, so I'll try to be brief, but when he first came out with Metal Gear Solid 1, it was supposed to...
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding 2.
And then the newest game
Kojima or something like that. What's his name?
Hideo Kojima.
Kojima.
Yeah, Kojima.
Kojima Games is the company he put together. But they just had the newest one where it's got the dude in the armor, like spacey looking armor, and like the little girl who's actually like an android.
Oh yeah.
Pragmata.
Is supposed to be Pragmata, yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good.
Here it is. I watched a little bit of gameplay of it, and I watched Joseph play.
The little girl seems to hit everybody
Because it's cute. It's a little uncanny valley for me. Some of the facial expressions she does look like they put an adult woman's face, parts of an adult woman's face over a child's face, and then body. So some of it's a bit uncanny valley. Like when it does like close-ups of her face, and they're doing like special like expressions. It's like one of those collages where you take like random pictures of people together from a magazine and put it together to make a face. It's kind of like that. It's like they scanned a grown woman's face. It's like they scanned a grown woman's face and then just put it over the child model a little bit. So there's like bits of it that look kind of like a child, and then most of it's just kind of like this uncanny adult woman visage slightly. it's kind of hard to explain, but I do get why people think it's cute.
But then the things that she does, like there does like he's like, oh, we gotta find a way to get the information on this. And she just grabs it, like it's down on the like work part of it, and like her nice stuff. She's like, yep, and then like just chucks it over her shoulder. Oh, okay. Right. Just like things like that. You're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Can't get cute plating with me.
Well, you're gonna be on all night, aren't you?
I mean, it's 2:37.
Well, I'm down. I've been downloading it.
Интересно, что же в этих чертежах. Дайте мне пакет.
The tier 1? Thunder.
Yeah, I'll download. Yeah, I forgot to download it.
Новые
I did.
иметь свои знания.
Oh, I thought
Я
you said
уверен,
you had
что
them.
эти материалы помогут мне.
Have what?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to play War Thunder with Silver.
Отличная работа. Благодаря твоему профессионализму мы пробились на самый верх.
He's muted.
Нам нужно обменять небольшую сумму фальшивых денег на настоящие. Иван сейчас в баре на станции Новосибирск-Восточный.
Seth muted whenever he joined and Silver was screaming. Seth muted himself because Silver was screaming, I think. I turned him down to where I couldn't hear him anymore. I started hurting my head.
Thought about trying.
Hold on, I can't hear you because of the snowstorm. What do you think about trying?
That when I said shit about saving
Oh yeah.
wake up inside the monastery thing. Zombies. Gotta survive.
Yeah.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a fun time to me. Then again, I'm not huge into zombie games.
But they're not like the best.
I think it's a Korean game, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Metal Gear Solid 1 was basically an end of a trilogy between Metal Gear 1 and 2. And it kind of retconned what happens in the previous games to set like a soft reboot. I consider it a soft reboot because it sets a whole new story. It rewrites what happened before, and then it replicates scenes in the previous game too, like when you're in the elevator with the invisible guys going up to shoot the stuff. There's several scenes that are recreated. Now, I'm not saying this out of hatred or nothing. I love Metal Gear Solid 1. That's just how it is. So I see it as a soft reboot of the series, and it's a self-contained story. What was supposed to happen is Snake rides off into the sunset, and then a new character takes over, and it becomes the story about the post-credit scenes and stuff that happened in 1. If you played the Japanese versions to where you did like the extra VR and got the extra stuff from beating the game, like the MP5 and stuff, and the photo mode unlocked, where you can like take pictures of like Naomi and all of the, and Mei Ling and all of them. Yeah, there's like, it's like an empty black area, but there's like a fully like 3D, like even advanced for the PS1 modeled of them, where you just take pictures of them, and it's a VR room. And you get a little teaser about what Metal Gear 2 is going to be about. And yeah, that documentation and some of that, it's like it's framed like it's documentation. Because I don't know if you know about the secret post credits ending in the first game, right? Or Metal Gear Solid 1, I mean.
Well, I
Where it turns out Ocelot was a double agent for the President of the United States, who actually is the third person. Well, and then it turns out that Snake was the recessive gene guy, not the superior. They lied to that other guy his whole life. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. Anyways, the second game was supposed to be about someone else, and whenever they were developing the second game, I remember reading in the magazine, Kojima's like, this is the last game that I want to make. This is going to be the last Metal Gear Solid game. And there was a lot of controversy and a lot of mail from people about the main character, and then pressure from the publisher, and they remade the Metal Gear Solid 2 into what it is now, which is whenever, like, yeah, it's a cool game, but whenever you look at the messages going on, it's basically a mouthpiece for Hideo Kojima to being like, because like after you beat the game, Snake, who's acting as a voice for Kojima, and not to mention the whole plot was basically just all in your head. The Snake looks at Raiden and says, "Look, make your own decisions. Don't go off what people tell you. Have your own hobbies. Live your own life." It's basically a mouthpiece for Hideo Kojima. Like, leave me the fuck alone. Go live your life and let me make what I want to make. And you know, there's other messages in there too, but that's my understanding when I try to compress it and keep it brief. And then he made a third one, and then once again, this is the last game I'm gonna make. This is just a pre-thing. And then he got to make the other ones, and then he made 4, and 4, oh my, 4 is so fucked up. It's him crying, desperately trying to just throw shit together because he got death threats and shit from tons of people sending stuff in the mail and publisher pressure. He didn't want to make those games like that anymore, at least not the way they wanted him to. So Metal Gear Solid 4 is such a fucking piss take. They contradict everything in the entire series up to that point. Lie to your face. It's just ridiculous. And then they have Snake there being old and tired and decrepit, just wanting everything to end. And it's just like, and then they just shit all over everything for my eyes. And
I played the Metal Gear game on Nintendo and beat it, and that's the only one I ever played. And that one was like a top-down game.
yeah, that one's actually not the same version. Yeah, the Nintendo version is a completely different game from the actual version on the MSX, which was a tape drive based computer. Which is actually a reference in the V game that they came out with that takes place in the 80s. They have an MSX tape drive reader, and some of the ending cutscenes where they tell you the truth about what's going on with the character. Because that's supposed to represent the start of the first game on the MSX. The Nintendo one is like a completely different game, basically. It's like the MSX one's pretty good. I played around with it with the emulator, and then the second game is good too. I played around with it with an emulator as well, and it's got a great soundtrack. You see, the story of the MSX one, which is the game before Metal Gear Solid, all nuclear armaments have been disarmed in the world because of this place called Outer Heaven. And they are generating an alternative form of fuel called Oil-X, which they could basically grow like a plant. And the scientists got kidnapped, and supposedly Outer Heaven has a nuke, and they send you in to deal with it. Well, then you get betrayed by a guy who you thought was your mentor, and it turns out that the scientist being sent there was actually a setup, It didn't happen the way you were told. Everyone you know lied to you and betrayed you in some form or fashion. You know, and then you had to fight your best friend to the death in a minefield. And it's just full of tragedy and shit. And then Snake goes and retires. And then at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 1, now it's an alternate reality or something where nukes were not disarmed, and a lot of the game is anti-nuke preaching to some degree. And Snake gets forced out of retirement because they set up a nuke off of an island near Alaska, and Snake is the only person nearby for them to help. So they force him to come out of retirement, threaten him. They note that he looks just like the bad guy, so he dyes his hair from blonde to a different color, which a lot of people don't believe me about, yet they claim to be fans of the series. But it's true. Because they're actually, him and the main guy are actually twins, to some form or fashion. And that's a big old setup, because it's not a coincidence that they set up close to Alaska. It was actually meant to deploy him out, and it turns out that that's a secret weapons black site. And just, I mean, and then there's other parallels, like your mentor betrays you, various fights and stuff are the same. I don't mean that in a bad way. I love Metal Gear Solid 1. The emotion, the voice acting, the mood. The game takes place over the course of like a few hours. But when you're actually playing it, it's longer than that. You could beat the game like if you rush through it in like 30 minutes or an hour. But that's after you know everything. And the game is like deep. There's so many details. And even back then. And it's great. It just changes, it retcons everything that happened before. And stuff. And there's just a lot of moving parts. And then at the end of the game, after the Secretary of Defense takes the fall for most of the thing going on, and they keep a copy of all the records from the operation so that the government will leave them alone. And what ends up happening is there's a post-credit scene where this Russian guy who's obsessed with revolvers, turns out he was a double agent for the U.S. government. And stuff like that, and then you find out like everyone involved in the whole situation was conned and betrayed, including the bad guy that you face.
Yeah.
And
That was Big Boss.
Big Boss was from MSX version, the games. Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear Solid, part of the reason why they took that place hostage is they wanted Big Boss's remains so that they can use his DNA. And this guy you don't know is like, oh yeah, you're the son of Big Boss, and I am too, and we're actually twins of each other. We were grown in a lab. And he's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
And that...
didn't hear this. Big Boss is a girl.
Well, I didn't really want to get into all that, but... I didn't really want to get into all that. I just... It's a really, really amazing game. And the more you play it, the more layers get. And after you beat the game like once or twice, you even get like a James Bond suit you can wear and an unlimited ammo bandana to put on. Which in the second game, because there's a couple of cutscenes in the second game that allude that you're not actually in reality, where the main character Snake, who you're not playing as, he's like, how come you don't have to reload when you're shooting? Are you ever gonna run out of ammo? And he says, oh no, I have the unlimited ammo bandana, and he points at it. But yeah, that whole game never happened. Metal Gear Solid 2 never actually happens. It was just all in their head. It was all a dream. It was all in a VR AI taking over thing. And the funny thing about Metal Gear Solid 2, it criticizes a lot of things about people in Metal Gear Solid 2 throughout the game. There's a big twist in the game, if you want to hear about it, where actually I don't even recommend getting too into it, but in the second game, It turns out you're in a VR simulation and the AI is trying to train you to be like a different soldier, and you don't know that you're in a simulation. And it's talking about how they need to censor the internet because things are going to get out of hand and people are going to take advanced stances and information is going to get out of control, and a bunch of people are just going to throw their worthless ideas and opinions out there and muddy the water instead of historical facts, and that'll create history to start being altered. Now, by the way, this was made in like 2002 or something. This was like internet infancy timeline.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are saying that this game predicted a lot of issues we're having today. Anyways.
Well, it could have been. They could have told him to write that. Like Kashak. I just sing what they tell me. What they sing. I just sing what they tell me to sing.
Well, that's a big topic in a lot of the games. It's about where do you draw the line between being a soldier, drawing your duty to the country, or what you're told or what your orders are versus what you want. Because remember, he had to fight his best friend in a minefield, and then he comes back again later. And this topic comes up between a lot of the games. Where do you draw the lines between your... Because if all you know is combat and war in the military, and you can't function outside of normal things, because a lot of the enemies you deal with are struggling with this kind of moral question. Like, if there's no war, what am I going to do with my life? So they'll try to create war. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
And there's a lot of questions about, like, where do you draw the line between duty and doing what you want to do for your life or what you know is right. Like, oh, they ordered me to kill my best friend and mentor and pseudo mother. Do I do it because they told me to set her up as a fall guy for the Soviet Union? Or do I just run away with her? And yeah. And the character usually follows through on their orders instead of actually making their own decisions. And then that creates a cascade of events throughout the entire series. And when I say the entire series, I'm not talking about 4.
Yeah.
Because supposedly that was the catalyst to create the series. Because 3 is a prequel to the entire series. You're sent in the Soviet Union because they hijacked some nukes. And then you get a mentor character known as the boss, and she tells you, "Hey, you got this. You know, I raised you." And then it turns out oh no, she's a defector to the Soviet Union. What could have happened? Turns out America sent her there as a fall guy, and you have to go kill her. But you don't fully understand all that because you're just following orders. And then you do, and then you become the new big boss, and then you throw all that away out of grief because you just killed the only person that really mattered in your life.
Wow. That's very complex. Those other Metal Gear games.
It is, but it's good games though. Pretty fun, good games.
Kojima, though, I mean, he definitely is.
Oh, yeah. You can see his inspiration from the movies, and especially in the first game. Because like you got Streets of LA, you got a lot of Streets of LA inspirations, you know, because he's called Snake. You know, that's not a coincidence. You got Streets of LA, you got a lot of John Carpenter influences because mostly through the game, you get a leg injury that the character does not get rid of. It lasts till the end of the story, which is also a John Carpenter staple. And then you've got other action movies in there too, and stuff, and other thrillers, etc. No, Nordic's here. Silver left. You get a lot of other thrillers and stuff in there too, and it's great. I love the games. It's just the second one you kind of can't take too serious. The fourth one doesn't exist, and stuff like that. As long as you stick to like Metal Gear Solid 1 or you play the MSX, the others you can't take seriously because the reason why is because if you actually grow to care about the series and you play the other games, it doesn't enhance all that stuff they they'll in like 4 they'll lie to you and be like, oh yeah, this is what this happened in 3 and this is what happened in this and I'm the reason why they were born, and it's like that's not how any of that happened. And it's just and then they have that it's just a bad taste in my mouth. But yeah, it's like, because like the first game ended, like Metal Gear Solid 1 ended, and it was meant to be a self-contained end of a trilogy story. And then, and because he rode off into the sunset with his friend and or love interest, and they're protected from the government from coming after them, to just retire and spend the rest of their life. Because at the end of the game, he has a message from the woman. It's a really deep game. It's really emotional too. It's he's told at the end of you're told at the end of the game as the character, and you as a person, don't worry about things like that. Just live your life, enjoy it, and stay in the present. Don't worry too much about what's going to happen about certain things that you can't really do much about. That's just whatever, that are inevitable. And live your life and be at peace and shit like that. And they even got like this beautiful song from this, I forgot what kind of artist she is, and it's called It's All Gonna Be Okay Now or something like that. It's a beautiful song. And then they play that at the end, and then they show some snow sledding stuff because the main character is a snow sledder guy. And it's just emotional. And that was meant to be the end of Solid Snake's story. That was very clearly signposted.
You said this was Metal Gear Solid 1?
Yep, that was the first game on the PlayStation that was described with that ending.
How fast are you going?
Metal Gear Solid 1 is the third game, which takes place after Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. I have no clue.
I'm trying to see if you're going to cover some ground. You should already be at Westocnia.
I have no clue, man. I keep running into these areas where I have to slow down or turn the power off, and I'm just kind of confused. I don't know what speed I'm going, so that's making me paranoid. Because if anything breaks on it, I have to pay to get it fixed or fix it myself. Either way, I'm paying for something. And then I forgot to get my speedometer fixed. I rode right past the service area. Without thinking, because I was messing with my hand. I'm getting these like little dirt particles on my hand that I keep trying to clean off, but they don't come off.
Probably about half, 3/4 of the way through. Dude, the first voice talk.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring it up to notch 8. I was in notch 1. No wonder I'm going so slow.
Okay.
No wonder I was going slow.
You'll get to voice talking in no time.
Yeah, Hangover's starting to blink, so I think that means the game's trying to tell me that I'm gonna die if I don't drink alcohol. So, because in my winter car, which is in Finland, they have a similar thing called problem, because you're an alcoholic. Though after a while, you can get rid of problem.
Oh, okay.
But it takes a bit of time.
Boy, you've got a pretty good snowstorm there.
But yeah, what's really been distracting me is I keep getting these dirt particles on my hand. I can't seem to wash them off, but when I rub my hands together, they ball up and come off, and it's nasty. And I have to go and sweep it up. I don't know what the hell it is, but no matter how many times I wash my hands, I just can't seem to get rid of them. It's like a little film. And then I rub my hands together and it just kind of like wads up a little bit,
Wow.
Driving me crazy. Beginning of a dangerous play. Oh well.
Yeah.
I gotta pick up an envelope from Ivan. There's another mafia task.
How you doing? That's the wrong one. Remember him, right? Ivan
Who?
Drago. Ivan
Who's
Drago
that?
from Rocky. He's a big Russian. 55.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't never played Metal Gear Solid 1, I do recommend you at least look into somebody playing it. I have a Let's Play I can recommend to you. That's really good.
I think I might have that one.
Don't. Well, they recently made a. The best way to play it is on an emulator using DuckStation. Because that original version you can't really get anymore. They do have another version they made that they put on Steam, but it's fucked. It's kind of fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really the best way. And then I recommend you play the integral version, which is the Japanese one, has all the content in it that they cut out for the US version.
Oh, okay.
I first played it back in 2013 on an emulator.
Okay.
Yep. And that was awesome. Emulator back then was different and not as good as the one that we have now. Ugh. Shit's driving me crazy, dude. I'm gonna try to wash my hands again. So you see that green light on my front left side of my screen? That's the signal poster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it transmits the signals that are coming up. The railway signals.
Okay.
Okay. Now the second one is still good. It's still a good game. It's just as far as the series is concerned, it never happened.
Okay.
But it's still a good game. It has so many extra details that the first one didn't have. Like you can shake people down. If they have a radio on them, you could take out the radio so they can't call for backup if they somehow... You could stick people up from behind and tell them to freeze, and they'll put up their hands and you can like shake them down for stuff. So a lot of people were upset about the second one and they wanted to play as Solid Snake again. Well, Hideo Kojima and his company made Solid Snake the main character for the opening mission. And then he brings in another character and is basically laughing at you, laughing at them about it.
Right.
Because he's the opposite of Snake. He's basically like a nerd. So it's supposed to represent the player. Yeah, so if it wasn't hinted enough that he was just begging not to make it, like, the entire character you play as through the entire game is a whiny nerd who's just basically playing a video game. But it's still a fun game. I never got past... My cousin rented it when I was a kid. With his dad that he was... And my cousin sucks at games, so he got me to play it. And here I am at like 8 years old. I made it pretty far till this part where you gotta defuse a bomb or something, and I couldn't figure out where the last bomb was. That was the only time I really played it.
Okay.
Now I did buy a remastered collection for the Xbox 360, but that got stolen from the people from South Georgia I was staying. Where I met you guys. This was like where I got with my where I had some bad stuff happen to me. I had a lot of bad stuff happen. Those people were crazy as hell. So I never really got to play it that much, if at all.
Yeah.
But I did go through a lot of stuff and made my own, ideas. I watched other people play it through Let's Plays. So my opinion about the series isn't really that popular. Because, like, if I ask someone to talk about Metal Gear Solid 1, they don't even understand a lot of that stuff that I told you about. They'll tell me I'm lying, and that's not true. It was never an actual blah blah blah. It was not a black site for secret weapons testing. He was never blonde. Like,
Yeah, isn't it kind of weird how they come up with all that kind of weird
yeah.
stuff?
So on the re-release for 360, they came out with a re-release remaster of the MSX versions, but they retconned it. They changed the story in it, and then changed the character art of the characters. You see, in the original MSX version, your guy looked like the guy from Terminator. You know, like where he's like posted up against the wall on like the poster, he's got his mouth open with the futuristic rifle. Yeah, it's his face basically cut out into the main character. And in the MSX version, they remade it to look like the modern Solid Snake face. And they changed the story to try to fit it into the new meta narrative that they created. And it's a travesty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. Rock of shit, that is. Boy, there's a bar. Oh, shit.
I don't understand. You should be at voice acting by now.
Nope, I got another. It's right after this one.
Okay.
I wasn't really going that fast. Yeah, that's kind of my.
Жизнь такая странная штука. Живешь
Yeah.
себе, пытаешься все принять, а в итоге оказывается, что тебе всего не хватает. Это как с деньгами. Кто-то их заработал, кто-то им радовался.
This is not in English, by the way, so I have to read.
Пришло время покинуть
Fake money envelope.
пустить в оборот эти фальшивые деньги. Это рискованная затея,
A
но
lot of risk to put these fake notes in circulation, but that's what turns me on. Fighting the system, manipulating and seducing people with freshly.
Найди сюда. Он торгует в этом районе.
He's trading in this neighborhood. Purchase radio cassette players from A with the fake money.
хотите что-нибудь выпить?
Like something. Look at that. Vodka with Chev face on it. I can't remember who.
Alright.
Hmm?
We got it. How about
Хочешь купить оружие?
I'm gonna buy a pistol because in the story mode you can get attacked by bears and stuff,
Oh, okay.
and you can do hunting. You can also hunt animals, and stuff.
Okay.
Посмотри на них, красивый классический дизайн, современные ручки управления, которые словно приглашают погрузиться в волшебство звука. Благодаря этим устройствам музыка получает новые измерения, каждый звук приобретает теплоту и характер.
That makes sense because you're in Siberia.
Спасибо. Здесь редко много можно встретить такого хорошего
Yeah,
клиента, как ты.
Mhm. Yeah, there was like Russian opera at bar.
So Nordic, what are you doing?
Александр работает на ближайшей свалке металлолома. Нам также известно, что он скупает разную электронику.
Yeah, Hideo
продает ему
Kojima also
кассетные
made. He's the one that
магнитофоны.
made Castlevania games too.
Which one?
All of them.
I don't know about that. Really?
So.
I don't think so. But if it did, cool. Who was that Russian leader that was on that vodka bottle? I can't remember. That looks like I can't put my finger on it.
Let me see it.
You'll see it. I looked at it and commented on it. Just after I got the envelope from that guy. It's not Lenin, is it?
Does he have a is he bald with a beard?
Yeah. It's on the vodka bottle. As was Lenin? Okay.
You?
You think they would censor him?
No. They're too proud of that stuff.
Yeah, but Stalin went out of his way to get rid of everything, including Lenin. And he even did an early form of Photoshop to edit people out of pictures. You know?
Yeah.
I just, find it odd. Because he went out of his way to erase their existence. But Lenin? He had Lenin killed. Didn't he?
I don't know. I think Lenin died of old age.
I thought Lenin died because he was a political opponent to Stalin.
I don't think so. Stalin took the reins in Russia in World War II. Lenin was in World War One, actually before World War I.
Well, Stalin came to power just before Hitler. Or was coming to power. And he had the great purges and stuff. He had multiple purges. Anyone with glasses he'd kill because there was a chance that they were smarter than him. Like most of his scientists were murdered. And then he started printing money.
That's interesting.
He wanted to be richer, so he started printing money. And everybody started dying from starvation. Or not everybody, but you know what I mean. Like imagine trying to go down and get a slice of bread. It's like $1,000. Like right now, you couldn't afford it. That's what happened. He killed his economy, and he did mass executions on people. And he did mass executions, and
Yeah.
before the war even started, it rivaled the Holocaust. And then during the war, it exceeded the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Those poor people.
Well, and he also sent them to work camps.
But just like what happened with the Iran, the communists have a phrase for people that they trick. Useful idiots. They get it. They get them to commit to the uprising, and then they have them executed afterwards.
Right.
That happened to Iran as well.
Yep.
Yep, a lot of the activists get trying to help with the regime change in Iran got executed after.
Germany, they called that the brown shirts. They were the useful idiots.
Yeah, but Hitler was elected, which is a big difference in comparison, but still pretty bad.
Oh, it's very bad. But he also fought for Germany in World War One. Was very, very disenfranchised about how political that was, and
Mhm.
caused the German king, Kaiser, to abdicate his throne.
This is a bit of a hot topic, but he was rightfully so. Like, it wasn't Germany's war to begin with. Like, the conditions of World War One, the waters are kind of muddy, but one side was largely aggressive and helped set the stage for it. I'm not just talking about the assassination, I'm talking about what Britain was doing and some of the other allied nations. Like, for example, Britain was blockading Germany long before the war started. That's why the exclusion zones were created by Germany. If any of your ships try to go through this area, we'll sink you then. Because Germany was trying to politically counter them being blockaded by Britain. And that's what led up to the false, I guess you could call it a false flag, the Lusitania sinking. And Germany's like, they were pulling weapons, and we said that that's not allowed. They were trying to bring weapons into our country illegally, and they said, "Oh no, the poor people that were those poor innocent people, you know, those poor innocent people that were in that ship."
And they
We didn't.
still didn't. I mean, it took a long time before Wilson got involved in that, even after Lusitania.
Yeah, and Woodrow Wilson's another freaking can of worms too. He set up our national interventionism like we do now. He helped get it moving. He brought back the KKK and set up some other issues we're still dealing with to this day with how our economy works. Hmm?
I think a lot of that stuff that you're talking about right now, controlled opposition.
Yeah. A lot of people, there's people that agree, some that don't. As in, they don't teach you that in the history book.
Oh no.
Because it's all controlled by the corruption, and stuff. Because of things, Hollywood. Nonetheless,
So. Yeah, you're almost.
if there,
What it's talking about right now.
if there's one thing that I liked about Woodrow Wilson, from what I know now, is that he was not in favor of punishing Germany, putting all the war debts on Germany. Assuming that that was actually true. That's what I read. I read that everybody wanted to put all the debts and crap onto Germany and make them suffer for the war, which Germany was just not even responsible for. And Woodrow Wilson was supposedly the only one that was opposed to it.
They weren't done fighting. Germans were pissed off about the armistice.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
And
Germany was called as Germany was called to help defend Austria. Germany did not start the war, and they definitely didn't have much to do with it, as far as like fighting it, obviously. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But supposedly everyone wanted to put all those sanctions on them at the treaty, except for Woodrow Wilson. And now that's I agree with him if that's true. So what were you asking me about?
Oh no, nothing. Oh, I said you're almost a voice doctor now.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm going so slow about this.
Alright.
I keep forgetting to fix my speedometer. I keep getting caught up and trying to do all these different things. It's also still kind of hot in my room.
Oh, you got a lot of, you got some time. You're not gonna fall asleep if it's hot.
No, I'm not gonna fall asleep anytime soon. I woke up at 8. I'm gonna be up for most of the night. And I got food in front of me. I don't have to do much because I got a little dizzy when I got up to wash my hands.
Okay.
I told you it's been a bad day. Oh man. So the alerter noise here is like a little air whistle thing.
Have you talked to the other one today?
Oh, with Savannah and all that other stuff? No.
No.
No, not hardly. Just to said hello, see how they were doing. Nothing major. Nothing major.
Timed out. Your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
We just lost a user.
That was Seth. His internet cropped out and then he left. Probably to restart or something. But yeah, if you ever do want to see how the story of Metal Gear Solid 1 goes, I know a really good Let's Player I can send you.
So what's the consensus on that?
On what?
On the Stockton. I mean, you're on the rails, but you're not getting off this train anytime soon.
Oh, actually I am. I'm at the where I gotta drop these cars off.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there's a switch right in front of me.
You're just backing on in. Huh? Gonna drop the cars off, or are you gonna drop them off? You're gonna turn them go in from the front, like a front-facing switch.
Oh no, I'm probably just gonna pull through and drop them off.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
hoping.
yeah, front-facing switch. Pull through on a side track.
I find it particularly satisfying. Sidetrack.
Boy, I'll bet you do.
Hard.
Yeah.
Makes my arms want to grow, you know?
All right. So what about you, Nordic? What do you want to do?
What?
I think he wants to play that Thunder Tier 1 with us. Talking about.
That was just an idea.
I'm not opposed to it.
Hammer might enjoy it. It's not super crazy or anything.
You okay with isometric styled stuff?
I'm still watching. So. Okay. Yeah, you just went through a front-facing switch. Pull off, Squirmy.
That was close. I almost had a collision.
Really? About didn't get off the track in time?
I went to go forward, and then there was a red light, and I noticed there was a train crossing over my bead. And then I realized there was a red light. Grab the brakes real.
Okay.
Yeah, did you see it now?
Yeah. Oh, it was still moving. I didn't see it moving. Now I see it moving. Yeah, that would have definitely been ugly.
Yeah, I put the brakes in emergency.
Yeah.
It has like 3 levels of emergency.
To get her stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Air brakes.
Well, yeah, because that's what you do. A 30-pound reduction on a 20-pound reduction.
Yep. This is an electric train. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I need to remember, go to service and replace my speedometer.
Yeah. Good service.
Hmm?
Phenomenal.
Alright. I gotta take this wrench out. This adjustable wrench. Screw it.
Wrap him with a wrench. With all kinds of switches and stuff. I mean, those electrical switches, those toggles.
Mm-hmm. I'll go through it. Well, actually,
No, you don't have to. There's too many of them.
I got field generator, compressors, engine cooling high speed, engine cooling low speed, pantograph 1-2, pantograph power, KVC, KVC release, BV1, BV release, whatever all that means.
I have no clue. I know what a pantograph is. That's about it. Not
Then there's air compressors, back of the. And then there's batteries because of.
like a KPS. I have no idea what the hell that is. That's not something that's common in American railroad.
Some sort of Russian thing. It's probably the same, just with a different name.
Possibly.
I can't remember.
Pantograph. KPS. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably something. Now, why is that turning red? Is that where you have to drop your cars?
Yep.
Did you fix your speed?
Not yet. I'll drop these off first.
Yep.
But yeah, I bought a pistol just in case.
Oh, did you?
Yep, when we stopped at that one place
Oh, okay.
before here.
Just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, guy was selling a pistol. The one before that was selling an AK-47, but I'm not interested. I can deal with the pistol's called a TT something. TT-33 Makarov.
Took her up.
What was the deal with that pistol? Looks like it might be based off of an American brand.
No, it's a. I think it's the same as six similar to a .380, 380. It's a small caliber handgun.
It looks kind of like an M1911 with the way the slide is designed with the hammer.
That was just a standard design thing for between World War One and World War Two. A lot of pistols were like that. Although not a lot of them ended up getting based off of Browning high powered also.
Oh, okay.
The CZ-75s ended up.
Кажется, я знаю, кто тебя сюда послал. У тебя есть что-нибудь интересное для меня? Я заплачу долларами.
Okay.
Кассетные магнитофоны – революционное решение, очень важное для многих. Несмотря на течение времени и технический
Have you been able
прогресс,
to talk to your
они
wife?
все еще не
Or not
получили
your wife,
широкого
your father?
распространения. Прекрасная возможность немного заработать.
No,
What
he's
is it?
he just got back from Hawaii on the
Пришло
30th.
время сделать последний шаг. Ты должен
Oh, okay.
доставить деньги Дмитрию.
You gonna see him for the
Наш
holiday or
доверенный
anything?
человек. Он отвечает за проведение финансовых операций и безопасность наших средств. Его офис находится в доме в лесу.
He doesn't?
Найди его.
Nobody in that family really does.
Gotcha.
So I'm at a junkyard now.
Okay. Yeah, make sure to get a speedometer or either buy the parts to fix it.
Nah, they don't have one here. I'll just go to the service.
Oh yeah, you don't want to do that.
I do. Making it very hard. What's that?
I said, won't you pay twice as much for it at service?
Well, they didn't have it at the junkyard. And just because it's at the junkyard doesn't mean it's going to be good condition anyway.
A junkyard hog.
I mean, maybe I missed it, but not that expensive.
Okay.
I just made like 200 and something from the job. So.
Okay. Kukolovsky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm not quite understanding. They're sure they sure do have a lot of things that I wouldn't even know where it went, or how to put it on the train.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of like spare parts and things like that in this game, where there's a lot of different gears, different things, that they pop on there.
Russian train instead of American train.
Well, yeah, but I mean, as far as I'd say it's probably
Вагоны готовы к отправке.
where you
По
actually
радиосвязи для
repair stuff.
получения подробных сообщений. Вагоны до станции Сокол готовы к отправке. Они стоят на станции Иня-Восточная у платформы номер 1 на 8-м пути.
Like right now, he's going on a hell of a hike.
I didn't have to. Could have reversed or something. Popped out here. But yeah, I did go on a little bit of a hike.
Have you gone into the service truck yet?
I'm looking for it. Pulling up, seeing if the icon.
Well, that pantograph is touching there. There. Wagons are ready for transport. This isn't what I thought it was gonna be. I thought you had to escape sector. Maybe that's a different.
I don't know. I saw a little bit about it, and things get kind of crazy. And it's taken a while because I don't know what my freaking speed is.
Yeah.
I screwed up.
Maybe it's the long road home. Where you have to. You're like a Czechoslovakian.
I don't know, but I didn't really get into it because I didn't want to get spoiled on how the story goes. But from what I've seen, things get kind of crazy. And I literally just did my first job, which took a lot longer than it should have.
You heading to Mustache now?
Put it in reverse.
Okay.
I have no clue.
Dimitri. Now, I can tell you how to use it.
Oh yeah?
Tell you how to using a watch.
Watch?
By timing mileposts.
How's that work?
It'll tell you how many miles per hour you're going by how many of those things you knock down in a 15-minute period.
That's actually a good point.
I think like 4. Or if you don't want to wait 15 minutes, just do 5 minutes times a half down. That's a backwards speedometer. One of the reasons that you always see an engineer, like the old traditional, like locomotive engineers, had those chain watches.
Time it, yeah. Oh, we could do all that with our phone now.
Yeah, but nowadays you're not allowed to have them on. You can't have your phones on.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a watch.
No, phones.
Well, yeah, they don't want you to break the rule. I mean, they don't want you to crash.
Yeah. That stuff went out the window back in 2007 before Chatsworth. That did it in. Now, if you don't line those switches, will that break them, or will those switches? Are they rubber switches? They'll flip themselves.
I had to get out and manually switch them the way I want to go.
Even the trailing point switches, like that one.
I don't know about that. I went past it.
Switch, you just walk right by.
I went past it and then I flipped it, and now I'm backing up.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if that was if that's the rubber
Yeah.
will throw itself when you drive through it, where the rigid switch will not break.
I don't know. I haven't been in a situation to test if it'll flip on the oncoming, the incoming.
No, it's impossible to do that. Physics won't allow it. That makes sense.
I don't know. You're contradicting yourself in my eyes. You're confusing me.
You're going at a forward pick, 4 points switch. Okay. You can't flip it because you're going to go down whichever way it's lined.
Right.
4 point switch will go whichever way the rail is lined. If it's a rubber switch, does that make sense? Because if you go whichever way the rail is lined, it will automatically throw the switch to the rail.
Like how I got it set up in Railroads Online, where the incoming will flip it. The outgoing manually.
No. Okay, so no, the outgoing is what you're talking about, and those are trailing point switches.
All I did was I went past the switch, flipped it, and then I backed up. That's all I did.
No, I understand.
I don't know if that's relevant, but
Отцепите вагоны на станции Штокор у платформы номер 1 на 6-м пути.
Because this is the ass end of your train, correct?
I mean that I'm looking at to connect to the cars. Yes.
That's what I thought. Hauling weapons, huh?
Oh no, just look like fuel containers or. It has a flammable sticker on it, so I believe you.
Yeah.
Hey, that dumbass train just honked at me. What a bitch.
Yeah.
Eat his ass.
So
Dare he?
Okay, you hooked onto it, right? Now start pulling out of it. I want to show you something. That switch that you're at, okay? Don't pull out very fast.
I'm already gone. I am passing a few of the switches. Do you stop and look at them?
Yeah. Stop and look at one of those trailing point switches.
Right. What the fuck? What? I just died. I just died.
What, alcoholism or something?
I don't know. Now it's playing this funny, weird 80s Russian song.
Well, you were monitoring all that, and I thought you had some of that stuff under control.
I think the game thought that I was going 80 miles an hour or something. That's my guess. And I wasn't. Yep, good news. We're gonna get well acquainted with that that switch. Loaded the game. Alright, I'm looking at this switch.
Might have to liven it up. Mechanical injuries. Okay. Something was flashing bright red and it was open, like it was way up there. I'll have to look. Look at the short verbiage, 2 lines up on your monitor or on your indicator bars there.
I'm looking at this. I'm getting some shots of the switch for you. Get. You're like 2 minutes behind.
You had an illness. What happened?
I had an illness because I fell, and the game interpreted my fall as going like really fast. And I think what the game tried to implement was me falling from dying from impact. I think that's my guess. 'Cause all I did was jump out. The brakes on.
Okay.
Probably a glitch. Game's not perfect.
Did you just throw that switch? That train on top of it?
No, I was just looking at it for you.
Okay, the way that thing is lined right now will derail. That's called a floating point switch. Those have to be against the rail at all times. Does that make sense? Now, if that's a rigid switch, and that looks like it's a rigid switch.
I'm gonna walk by it again, and I'm gonna follow the tracks closely so you can see how they flow. Do it real.
Oh, I'm just gonna have to do something. Once we catch up to live. I'll hit live. I want you to do something for me. So I want you to throw that switch.
I can't.
Why not?
Отцепите вагоны на станции Сокор у платформы
Hold on,
номер
how's it
1
lined
на
up?
6-м пути.
Lined up for you. Okay?
Well, I'll try it and see if it'll let me.
I want that switch lined against you.
I'll try. I'll see if it'll let me. Usually it only lets me if I actually need to use it.
What I'm trying to tell you basically is,
You're gonna have to. Oh no, I can switch it.
hold on. I want to look how it's lined up right now. Stop it. Stop running. There you go. Yeah, keep it where it's at. Nope, don't throw it. Throw it back. There you go. Now, I know what you're trying to do. Nope, throw it the other way.
Just give it a second.
Yeah. Okay. So, the weight of the train is going to throw that switch, or it's going to break the switch. One of the two. I don't want you to go back on the main line. I want you to line that thing straight. I just want to see if it'll throw it. See, to me, that's a rigid switch. What do you think, Nordic? Are you looking at it?
No, he doesn't care.
I'm just
Probably watching something about cars or something.
Yeah,
Guess I was right.
throw that bad boy.
But yeah, whenever it's aligned,
See, what it'll do is it'll bend the switch rod. You look at that switch very closely. What comprises it? That's a switch rod that goes to the stand.
alright.
That thing will bend the shit out of that rod when you come across that. Nope. There. That's how I want it.
That you wanted it against?
Against you. Yeah. I want to see if it'll throw it. Because you're trying to get to the main line. Or you're trying to go straight, but that thing is lined against you. So I wanna
Alright.
see if it, I want to see if it'll... Yeah, just like that. Because that way, when the train travels down that track, it's got to split that switch against that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
Yeah.
it throws it automatically by causing it to just snap over. I'm gonna guess that it'll cause a derailment, but we'll see.
Well, keep in mind, this game's not a one-to-one real sim, by the way. It does have simulated elements. Like, for example, the dynamic brake don't even work.
Well, I mean,
It's not modeled in the game.
it definitely has some. It's got some things though.
It does. I just mentioned simulated elements. The bottom right is what the temperature is in the environment that I'm in. Negative 21 degrees.
Pretty cold.
About that.
Oh,
All right.
bro.
Golden Bird. Remember that one crazy chick I was talking to a little while back? That made plans with and flaked on me, so I kind of got upset. And
Yeah, her name is Gunshot.
no. No. I don't remember. He said she was from Ukraine. Oh, the train stopped because of the alerter. I was sitting there thinking, why isn't the train getting any closer? It sure is taking a while. I left the throttle on, you know? That's because the alerter went off and it stopped the train.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna watch what it does?
Oh yeah, that's what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
I saved it.
Well, I thought you said it automatically stopped while you're trying to watch it.
It stopped because the alerter went off and I wasn't there to push the button.
Yeah.
There's no man overboard system. Not that advanced. The alerter system is just an air hose whistling. Like it's not, you know, very basic shit. The windshield wiper is a nut that I have to turn. To turn the windshield wiper on and off, I turn a nut. You know, it's not even a switch. Well, there you have it. There's your answer. The incoming is accepted.
Yeah, see how it threw it?
Yep. I call that the incoming direction with the switches. Because you're coming in towards the switch instead of going through and out. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Okay, so going through and out, you weren't going toward the switch, though.
No, I was going from the opposite direction that it leads out to. So I call that the incoming.
Trailing point.
I know what they call it, but that's what I call it. It makes it easier for me to keep track of what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't know if I'll remember that terminology, to be honest with you.
Well, I used it a lot when we were playing Railroads Online. So here's my windshield wipers. It's a nut. Screw a nut. Screw a nut. Yep.
Clearly.
And then that little red button there is my alerter. It makes a little whistle like it's letting air out.
You hear me?
Huh?
But you definitely need some sex.
Yeah.
You're a nut.
Yeah, I know. Sooner than later. That pronto. But, you know, is what it is.
Oh, I know.
You know, I don't want to be horny right now. However, I don't, it's like that joke on the internet. I don't wish to be horny. I wish to be happy. Like that. Right, Nordic? Potassium. I'm supposed to eat a banana a day for the potassium, for the electrolytes. But it makes my chest hurt really bad.
Well, no, one of the reasons that you're supposed to eat bananas, I'm sure, I don't know if you know this or not.
Probably not.
Extremely high in potassium. Okay.
Well, yeah, it has potassium in it, and for the electrolytes.
Not an really an electrolyte. It's usually combined in with electrolytes.
Look, I'm just going with what the doctor told me.
Potassium helps with muscle cramps and things like that.
Yeah, it's no wonder. Especially if you're not used to eating bananas and stuff like that, you start eating that.
When I'd eat bananas as a kid, it was fine. But whenever I was with when I was with Miranda, we got a whole thing of bananas,
No, bitch, I ain't eating.
and I tried eating them, and my chest hurt so bad I couldn't see straight.
Holy shit.
I was in a lot of pain, and every time I've tried a banana since, it's been the same thing. I just can't eat bananas anymore.
You're so funny. Just can't eat bananas, man. Can't do it.
Well, it's true. I've talked to you about it before a little bit.
I know you have.
I don't know what's causing it. It scares me. I didn't have that problem when I was a kid. Like, 10 years old kid.
Right. What did she think of that shit? I know how to hurt.
Well,
God damn it.
like, well, I guess don't eat them then.
Bananas.
Like, if it hurts, then don't eat it, I guess. But I'm supposed to have a banana every day for my seizure condition.
No, I know, but I mean, you're sitting there trying to, like. I can't.
Ah!
I got an elephant on.
Yeah, it gets hard to breathe a little bit. It gets a little hard to breathe, and like right in the middle of my chest where my heart is, it starts hurting.
Yeah, I know how to get back at him, man. I'll feed him fucking bananas or something. He won't know it. But no.
Oh, right. That's why you're one of the only people I've told about that.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yeah, she never purposefully fed me.
No. Just eat bananas. My God. This hurts.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, we bought like a whole thing of bananas so I can have some. Oh.
Well, yeah, you don't want to eat too many of them.
I only had one.
Overload your heart. No.
I only had one.
Had too many of them things? Yeah, if you overload on potassium, basically the equivalent chemically at the same thing, like mechanically pushing down on somebody's chest so they go into a heart attack. That somebody that's not having a heart attack, when you give them chest compressions, you'll put them in, right? Well, eating too much potassium will do the same thing.
Yeah. So don't be a monkey and eat a whole bunch of bananas.
Exactly.
I don't need any anymore. I only ate one.
Yeah, no, I know.
Remember, I was homeless before I was with Miranda too, so I didn't have any before that either.
No, I know. I just joking around a little bit with you, but no.
Yeah, I know.
Really well.
I was just making it clear. Just making it very clear.
To the fucking hospital, and they pump you full of. They'll give you nitroglycerin pills. You're having chest pain.
Yeah.
And that shit'll just knock the chest pain like right now.
Yeah, my grandfather had some of those. Yeah, they had him on a pacemaker.
God damn it! Where's my pills?
Yeah. When he died, that pacemaker kicked in. And I had to pick him up off the floor. So how about them Lakers?
Yeah.
Good news is when I close this door, I can't really hear the engine noise. Ooh, look at that. Gray. Ran away.
Was it Peeps or was it
Deer.
Deer? Oh yeah, okay, I see him.
I hope I don't need a knife to butcher it.
Didn't matter. It looks to me like you're. They ran from you. You are getting a little hungry though.
Yeah.
Hungry. How far off the beaten path will it allow you to go?
Don't know. I'm about to... These deer.
That's what I'm saying. How far can you go out?
About to find out.
I've yet to see you hit one. No, I did see that. Or, you know, like when you're hip firing, I've seen the little marker.
Got one.
Did you really?
Yeah. He got stuck on a fence.
Okay. Yep. That's a piss poor gun. But hey, that's a deer that you took down with a pistol. So yeah. Be able to harvest that bitch. You can't, it looks like.
I think I'm supposed to have a knife. I didn't buy a knife. Let me see if I can use this chainsaw. What the?
Kinda thinking you can't.
Uh-oh.
The hell is that thing doing?
I screwed up. That's what happened.
We're not welding that into the fence or anything.
Oh, well. Try again next time.
Great.
I brought out the chainsaw to try to cut it up, and where did it go? And apparently my guy was still dragging it, and it like flipped it behind the fence somehow.
Game says you ain't gonna cut that deer up with that chainsaw. You might let
Shut
you,
up.
like take one of those deers out with the chainsaw, but you ain't gonna cut it up.
I'll just save my ammo.
You're getting a little cold. And I do say a little, not very much.
Yeah. Fuck, a bear?
Pull out that damn chainsaw.
Ah, yes, quite the specimen. I got attacked by a bear.
Yeah, when I said pull the chainsaw, I meant like when it's trying to attack you. Give it a good
Oh, I know what you meant. I was too scared.
I'm gonna keep that motherfucker at arm's length. I'm gonna shoot it.
Yeah.
Кровеносная система нашей организации – это сердце, которое управляет нашей деятельностью и придает нам силу.
For all I know, that thing could have one hit me.
Could have.
Delivering the dollars to Dimitri. Here's dollars.
У каждой купюры есть цель. Я знаю, как лучше
Dimitri's house is
инвестировать
keeping
деньги,
you nice and
чтобы
warm.
они служили нашим людям.
What's up?
The Dimitri's house is keeping you nice.
Yeah, there's a freaking bear in his house. Oh, what's this? Free food? I'm taking this.
Спасибо за идеальное выполнение этой работы. У нас есть свой интерес. Они занимаются контрабандой товаров. Для нас это шанс, который не
Quick, take everything that isn't nailed down.
поезде, следующем в сторону Новосибирска. Его нужно остановить, а вагоны с наркотиками перевести в другое место.
Yeah.
Свяжись с нашим курьером Максимом. Он передаст
I don't see any
нужное
red
мину,
indicators.
а ты займись ее установкой железнодорожных путях. Найди его.
Ah, he has beer next to his bed table. This man's living the life, isn't he? right?
Yeah.
Man, some of these beds in this guy's house looks like they were made in the 1930s. They've just been sitting there, rotten for years, decades.
Yeah. That's a baby bassinet there.
Yep, time to blow this popsicle stand. Time to get out of here.
Stand up.
Time to make like a tree and leaf.
Get out.
Time to whip it out in public. That's not the.
Whip it.
Yeah, time to. I gotta lean back in my chair. Leaning forward too much.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm starting to hurt my back and my chest a little. Yeah, it's just I'm just trying so hard to focus. And when I lean back, it gets you know how you gotta set up sometimes to think a little better? It's like that. But since I don't really have, this chair's not adjustable. This chair only has you're leaning back or you're setting up and hurting your back.
Yeah.
That's the only two options I have for this chair. So I end up slouching and shit. It hurts my back.
Yeah.
I keep setting up so I can focus a little better.
Yeah, that'd be understandable.
Yeah, because I was trying to, shoot that stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah. My heaters are starting to get worn down.
They're wearing down?
Yeah, 50% durability. Could you imagine if I stuck my head out stick my head out the window and shoot the deer? Oh, I did it! I got the deer. I stuck my head out and shot it, and it died. That man out the window.
Yeah.
You're gonna see that in a second.
Yeah, I saw it. Cool. You can kick it up a little bit more. As far as speed wise.
I hit a slowed it some. I gotta drop below 40.
Get to, yeah, but you get to the mustache. It's a ways up. I mean, you're a quarter of the way there.
I know, but the train will take a lot of damage on the wheels and the suspension if I ignore it, because this part of the track is unstable with maintenance. So it's going to cause damage to my train if I go through too fast.
Okay.
Like think of the tracks being like corroded and shit or something. It's going to be a very bumpy ride going through it, so I know because I messed around in that simulator mode I started last time, remember?
Yeah.
I sped up and ignored it, and it was like fucking destroyed my suspension on the train.
Do you have a watch? No.
Negatory.
You don't have a speedometer.
It's broke.
Yeah. Still broke. And in Russia, they don't put mileposts on. So you have no idea how far you are away from anything.
Nope. Because Russia sucks. In Poland they do though. Because remember that game that I have that's a Polish train game? You drive the trains in Poland where you have like the super speed trains, and you can play with other people multiplayer where one of you can be like a switcher or whatever in the booth or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
They have an old in that game. They have modern ones with computers, and then they have old ones like from like Russia, Soviet Russia, where it's like buttons. And
Yeah, but it's funny that they don't in Siberia they don't have any mileposts.
yeah.
Harsh weather.
Well, they have other signs.
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a necessity because you have to know where you're at, unless you're measuring things by stations. Which does that say kilometers?
Where? Yes.
4.3, 4.4.
Yes.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. That's only a tenth of a kilometer away. Not very damn far. That would take you like next to no time to get to.
Yeah, I sped back up now. I hit the green sign. 20. Finished with my woman because she ate all of my pie. Remember, kids, don't let your woman eat all of your pie. Or you'll want to or you'll want to abandon her. Right, Hammer?
This is 17 on the throttle.
Yeah, this goes up to like 20 something.
I'm saying you're 4.0 away. That makes sense.
Well, now I am because I'm speeding up.
Yeah, no, you're 3.9.
Yeah, this notch goes all the way to 37 notches on this.
What, 17 now? Slam that to 25.
I can't. I have to follow it through with the sequence. Yeah, I can only raise it up as I gain speed. If I raise it up too high too fast, it'll, I don't know, be out of gear or something. I don't fucking.
Okay, so go to 20.
I am. I'm already at 22. Oh, I gotta slow down. Oh shit.
What's that? Oh, because of the thing popping up? Yeah.
Yep. It's obviously gonna be a bad spot.
Well, you're not doing anywhere close to 40.
I am. I'm going over 40. The train's rocking and bucketing. You'll see it in a second. Alright, it stopped. I think I'm slowed down. I gotta turn the lights off. They're taking
Take
damage.
that up to about 12. where you're at with it? You're at 0.
Oh, projector light. Give me a sec. Yeah, I took a little damage to my... Nothing kill me.
Yeah.
Anyways, what were you saying?
What are you doing? Are you in brakes now, or are you about 12?
Well, I had the brakes up to notch 3, but I went into the bad zone. I went into the the bad spot, and I started. You see how it started rocking?
Yeah.
It was also like it was being buffeted too. And if you go through too fast, it damages your suspension.
Yeah.
But I slowed down, so fine.
Are you doing about 12 now?
Fuck if I know.
Or no, I mean not speed. I'm talking about like notch 12.
16. See, notch 12 easily goes over 40. I think.
Well, you're 1.6 away.
Yeah, that's not my destination though. But I am gonna see if there's a maintenance thing here though.
No, Soaker is. But where? I don't see Soaker on the map.
It's somewhere. I don't remember how to use the map. There's supposed to be a way that you could zoom in and move it, but I don't remember. I saw it on a YouTube video.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious where Soaker's at. If you gotta go up there, and really not.
Wait, did something just go through the cabin? Did you look at the footage of when I was doing the VR with you? Of the Eagle Valley?
Yeah.
Interesting, huh?
Playing, yeah.
It looks different when you're in VR though, because like when I recorded it and when you watch other people play VR, it's hard to describe because like when you record it, it's like just a regular screen moving, right? When the footage I sent you, right? It was like my screen was rotating, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you're in the VR headset, that's not what's happening. It's like you have this space around you and you're the one that's moving. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
But the space around you is consistent and you're the one that's not, versus with the regular screen or how it shows up in recording where the screen is moving. It's hard to explain really, but you don't have that effect when you're in the VR headset. It's not like you're looking at a screen that's moving. It's like everything's in 3D space. It's so weird. Oh, there is a service stop here. But I gotta get a landmine from this guy. Yep. That's what they want me to do.
No, I mean, are you gonna see if you can get a speedometer as well while you're here?
Of course. The service station right there.
If they offer. Oh, there's Soaker. It's 14.8 away. That's good. So if you get your thing fixed, we can. Haul ass.
I wonder how many people some of these sounds are legitimately nostalgic for.
Ко всему, что связано с минами, нужно относиться максимально серьезно и профессионально. Настало время для твоего задания. Следи за тем, чтобы мина использовалась правильно и по назначению.
Хотите что-то купить? I don't look none too friendly, does he? Get me the fuck out of
за
Mustang.
городом. Нам нужно, чтобы все было сделано незаметно, быстро и аккуратно.
Right. But yeah, according to the Steam page and how it's presented itself, the story mode gets a little wild. Like, you go through and you meet some people, and then you wind up in some places. I don't really know. So here, I'm gonna put the position handle at 10, and this light comes on, and I'm gonna let you read on the screen what it says the light does. It says the locomotive cannot accelerate. Use power. You have to notch it up according to speed, whatever speed you're at. Yes,
Did you get?
it's like an electricity thing. I've seen it in a different game that had electric thing as well. You had to like. What's up?
Did the speedometer get fixed?
Got back in the train. Silly. Oh wait, I forgot to see what kind of gun they have here.
Oh, going to the service track.
Well, of course, it's like 800 meters away though. That's like across the town. Not gonna.
Well, another thing you can do, okay, we can time how long that takes to get from 14.7 to 14.6, and we can keep track of the time. I can keep your speed that way too.
Yeah.
We do have some sort of a measurement there.
Хочешь купить оружие?
Ah, sweet, more ammo. Excellent.
It'd be more helpful if Nordic was watching the stream.
I was hoping to buy a knife.
God knows you need to harvest some of that meat for that deer meat.
Yeah, I probably could have sold some of it.
Yeah. Or ate it.
Yeah, just
Hunger is getting
slurp.
slurp it up.
Alright. Alright. Time to drink some beer.
Yeah, you better drink some beer because your hangover is getting pretty.
Fashion, whoever that guy is. Bottle. An apple.
See that? I don't see the bottle though. I won't
Sick.
be able to see
Oh. Oh, right.
Okay. So you are satisfying your hunger a little tiny bit.
Yep. Like 8 apples.
Yeah. From 14.7, and you're 730 meters away from that. You're going to be
Yep.
at 14.5 before you ever hit your thing.
I wonder if I could sell my broken speedometer to the junkyard guy. 7-7. Boy.
About there.
What's up?
I said you're about 238 away. 218.
Yeah, I had to flip the switch. I know me.
Yeah. Well, that might fix it for you.
But
Oh, are you running light power, or you got? No, you got wagons for me.
yeah,
That you're hauling.
yes. Voltage regulator.
Хочешь купить детали для электровоза?
I could pay one of them to do it, but it's more expensive than just.
Are you fixing the speedometer?
Yeah. I got some replacement heater. Hey, it's working now.
You can back it up now, probably.
Yep. I'll do a quick check. Panel lock key. The hell uses that? I don't see anything that. Panel lock key. Oh well, as you can see, there's a lot of parts. Think I should try stopping by the screen. I'll just keep hold on to it. Anyways, yeah, VR is real different than what you see on the internet on videos. Because the video capture catches it like a...
VR machine going. You still have that?
Yeah. Have it.
Cool.
But yeah, when you watch videos, it just looks like a screen moving. You know, just like you would with your regular screen. You know? But when you're actually using it, it's really different. It's like you're moving around in an environment, and the environment's static. The environment isn't rotating around your peripheral. Does that make sense? Because you know how, like, when you sit in a car and you look around, and all the stuff in the car is where it is, right? And your perspective isn't altered by where you're looking, like it is with a computer screen, right? It's like that with the VR headset. There's a lot of permanence to where everything is. It's like you're in a space looking around instead of you manipulating a screen and it rotating around the peripheral of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It allows you to be really, really, really dizzy. It does me.
Yeah. They try to implement features to try to help deal with that kind of thing.
Plus, sometimes it's like you, when you do it, you, well, I don't know. I had an issue with it.
Whenever I did it in that game, I had it set to where I could press forward to go forward, and then everything started like warping around, and it just it was like I was being pulled out into another dimension, or
Yeah.
and I did not like it at all. It made me incredibly uncomfortable. That's why I tried to make sure that either I teleported or I didn't move at all. If you remember.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
My brain was not liking it at all.
Yeah.
But like I said, it just depends on how they make it, how they do it, and the options they give you to get around it, you know?
Yeah.
That game was so-so. But you can still teleport. There's also this one option that some games give you called the tunnel or something.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's supposed to help with that. It's supposed to be an option to try to help with that. Oh boy, the brakes are off. Brakes are off with supply. Oh boy.
It's still
What's up?
13.9 away. Jokers. How fast are you going?
About 50. Gotta slow down.
I just slowed down to 40.
Coming into a bad zone.
Yeah. 40. 40, not
I go.
Yeah.
Nope, that'll.
That'll do.
Oh, look, a bear. Watch yourself, fool. Psh, 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 psh. The reason why I brought the chainsaws because there's gonna be logs, time to trees.
Oh, okay. Mine planted.
What's up?
Was reading your thing. Mine planted. stop eventually. Going pretty slow.
Well, I didn't know it was going to be on the other side of the tracks. Also, I was going downhill too.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you got it.
Наберись терпения и жди. Поезд уже близко. Это будет наш маленький концерт, после которого все поймут, что именно мы задаем тон на этом рынке.
Yeah.
Прицепи вагоны с наркотиками. Пусть эта операция станет нашим козырем и средством устрашения для всех, кто встанет на нашем пути.
Okay. I think they just got me to kill somebody. Now, according to what I saw on the store page, Steam store page, this is a bit of a sandbox, so you can attack people, and they will fight. Supposedly they'll fight back. You know, like if you attack someone random.
Yeah. Gomers. Gomers.
What about foamers?
I said randomers. Well, you're still 11.1 miles away from that Kokura.
Yeah. Did you see what they wanted me to do?
Yeah. Blew up the freaking railroad track.
Yep. And you see what they wanted me to do after that?
Uh,
We take his dragons. There's drugs in them.
oh, okay.
I hear a bear scream.
Reach. Reach on.
Heard a bear. He went, "Oh." That. What's up?
delivering drug wagons.
Yep. Oh. I got the beer.
Run it over.
Yeah, I hit it with the train apparently. When I was backing up.
Can you get some meat out of it?
Don't know, but the chainsaw didn't seem to work last time, so I don't have a knife, so I don't know. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do that. I'm assuming I have to have a knife because they offered the. I've seen them selling it. Boy, it's storming.
You're picking up that wagon down there in the wreck.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up?
Отправляйте на станцию Москвы и передай вагоны с наркотиками нашим людям. Ты встретишь их по дороге. Они ждут товаров в укромном месте.
I'm gonna try to stop by this store, the shop here, buy a few necessities.
If you can find yourself a knife.
Yeah, I can find a knife and get. Yep. Cause I'm chronically pizza. No sign of slow down. Notch 1 active. What's that?
Oh, it's saying slow down. You're not even going fast.
It's just it was just telling me that there's a sign that I'm approaching and about to pass. That's not actually relative. Fortunately, there are no knives for sale. But there is beer. What's up?
You don't got knives. What you got there?
Yep. Yeah, but that's just letting me know what zone I'm in, coming in into. And
Yeah.
my chest feels a little heavy. I probably need to do some push-ups or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Things still going on. Teasing your ass.
What do you mean?
Oh my god, that's a storm.
You mean the alerter going off?
No, the thing saying the track's fucked up.
Oh, beginning of a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, because if you look, you can actually see the signs on the side of the poles. And down there to the side. You can see the signs just lining up to it, you know. Oh boy, driving position optimal. What's up?
5 away.
508.
No, 9.5 away.
Yeah.
Sober.
Yep. I'm speeding back up now. And I got my notch in a specific spot and the green light came on and it said optimal position. Ain't that nice? Oh boy, I'm up to 50. Going up to 60. Right, bitch, I'm buying all your beer. How does it feel having a working speedometer now? Is it nice?
Отправляйте на станцию Машкова
Right,
и передай
yeah,
вагон.
it was-
Отправляйте на станцию Машкова и передай вагоны с наркотиками нашим людям.
What's up?
Держи их по дороге. Они ждут товаров в
yeah,
укромном месте.
it's really nice.
I bought all that. I bought a bunch of beer. I had to survive.
Yeah. Your hangover get to be too high.
No.
That's how Nordic sent me something.
What did Nordic send you? About that game? There's a... Oh boy. I'm coming in for the thing. now they want me to shoot some pimps. Yeah. Cleaning up the streets.
Over the top's $12.
What's up?
Said over the top is $12.
It's on sale, huh? Is that right?
Yeah, I've been watching on my phone.
Okay.
Good chatting with you though.
Yeah, see you. I'll finish this delivery and then I'll get off of this. We'll see. They want me to get some they're gonna give me some weapons and stuff so I can go and attack a gang of pimps. Yeah, probably gotta finish that up. Prepare to lower the pentagraph. I better speed up then. Yep, I'm in a zone that if I don't lower the pantographs, they'll get damaged. Stuff. Kill it.
I had to kill the sound.
Oh.
Yeah. Kill the pantograph.
I forgot what the reasoning behind it is, but there's certain areas where you have to lower the pentagraphs or they get fucked up. I think it's like, I don't remember. Unpowered sections. Or the wires fucked up. Right. And it switches to battery power. Lower them. Beginning of a neutral section. This is an unpowered section. Maybe. I don't really remember. I'm trying to remember from the tutorial from a little while back. And how I translated it to myself. You see, it helps that I installed that automatic control board because I can get it to automatically mess with the brake pressure and to automatically reset the engines when I have to raise or the anagrams. So it just makes your life easy. Just push a button to start it and it'll do the whole startup sequence. And same thing with shutting it down. Yep. Like, I can't remember how any of this works, so fuck it. Just bought that and slapped it in there. Yep, screw it.
Watch another video. We're leaving.
What?
I ain't watching another YouTube video. We're gonna get this
Yep.
auto start. We're going. We're leaving.
Yep.
Later. Have a good one. Bye.
User disconnected from your channel.
металл на продажу.